All right. Hello. So normally I would have the game open right now and you would hear OST playing, but right now and I didn't realize I didn't realize it until I opened it just like 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. Free download. So it's just under it right now. I could start right now, but I'm just gonna wait until the free download's done. It's 70%. I should have checked earlier, considering how I think it was last night. I was scrolling through Twitter. I was doom scrolling. I noticed that that the update, the maintenance for the update for the next patch is going to happen tomorrow. Actually, so since it's going to be happening, so it's going to happen. So since it's going to happen tomorrow, that means Thursday instead. I will stream, and tomorrow I won't stream. Basically, Thursday and Friday will be PGR again for the new story patch. For this new story. Don't know about me. Whenever the new patches come out for any live service game that I play, WUA, PGR. Really, it's just WUA and PGR. But whenever there's a new patch, there's a new story. It will always be story first for me. So Thursday and Friday will be the story, the new story for PGR. And then Saturday will be WUA and PGR in one stream. And since WUA will be on Saturday, I'll watch the 2.8 VOD on Saturday. And then, well, for next week, Monday and Tuesday and maybe Wednesday will be where wins meet. But for this week, for the majority of this week, for the next for the next two streams after this one, it's going to be PGR. It's going to be a lot of PGR for this week. Going to be a lot of it, a whole mess of it. Oh boy, it's going to be the. But yeah, again though, Thursday and Friday is gonna just be me going through the new story chapter. So when it comes to things like the Commandant customization and all that shit, I'll do that shit on Saturday instead. Like I said, I want to prioritize story first and foremost. I know a lot of other people, when it comes to these patches, whether it's PGR or WUA or any other gadget game they play, they always do it where they pull the character for however many copies, pull their signature weapon or whatever the fuck, and level them and use them and do whatever with them and any sort of content that's available for them. But me, I don't do that. That shit is like a complete afterthought. I only care about I care more for the story during these new patches than anything else. So if you are someone who also cares quite a bit about the story more than anything else, more than welcome to stick around. All right, 94%. Awkward start. I hate it when it's just like pure silence because I always want something to be there to fill in the void, just to make it less awkward. Almost done though. This pre-download is only like 10 gigabytes, I think. And it said that by the time the main patch comes, the overall the overall size of the game will be like 3 gigs. I think it said the message. There was a window that popped up before starting the pre-download. I talked about it. Yeah, about 10 gigs right here. Almost done. There it is. All right, now we can get into the game. Here we go. Alrighty. Yep, and where nightmares dwell. Holy shit. There's a lot of stuff. Holy. This is going to be super exciting. Damn, it's really coming, this new patch. That also means the sync rewards is going to be the last day or so, right? Kind of sad to know that these double or triple rewards are going to be going away now. It's going to be the last little bit of it. Kind of sad. I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss it. But man, it's been one hell of a ride just to get synced up here with CN and shit. Alright. Now before I start with Veronica's affection story, I want to do my dailies here. How long is this going to take? Oh man. One more minute until I get another point, but then it's going to take another, like, however long to get another point of serum. I don't want to wait that long. What I can do just to kill time, I suppose, is this. Just quickly go through this. Dun, 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 dun.
弱点見つけたよ。終わりです。状況を弱点見つけ。天才的なタッチ。
Hang on, actually, I want to restart that. Wait. Let's try that again. Man.
弱点見つけたよ。終わりです。逃げも隠れもさせないよ。
There we go. That alone is enough to just take out Midoriya.
X 状況を把握できて終わりです。逃げも隠れもさせないよ。
Yep.
行こう。屍を越えてもっと遠くへ。これが僕の選択だ。終わりです。逃げも隠れもさせないよ。これが僕の選択だ。終わりです。
There we go.
行こう。 屍を越え
That's
て
done.
もっと遠くへ
Now music audio is muffled. You really should do something to fix that. That's still an issue. How long is this going to be? 4 minutes? Like, I don't want to wait until I hit like 240 here, then I can use up all my serum. What can I do for the next 4 minutes? I don't want to sit here and just stall for time. I guess I could do Warzone real quick. And should I? Maybe just one of them? A hill. Fire. Nah. I don't feel like doing that. What can I do for the next 4 minutes? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it's kind of a thing for me where I want to wait until it hits full serum here. And then I use, like, my nearly expired serum bundles all at once. And then pick up this stuff so I get the most serum in one go. And then spend it all the way down to 0. I'm sure there are other people that do the same thing. Is there any character here I want to touch up on here? Anything I want to, like, improve or build upon? Who's someone here that I haven't hypertuned? There's Teddy, but I don't really use Teddy for anything. There's Genevieve. Genevieve's fun to play as. I should hypertune her. I have tons of black cards here. I could do a pull for someone if I want. But I want to save for Liv. Get Bianca? Can I get Bianca? Hmm. One more minute. What do I want more? Bianca or a signature weapon for Selena? Because I definitely want my physical team to be stronger. It definitely would help a lot. I have plenty of pulls for character. Oh, there's like selectors coming for the update, so I'll just hold on to this stuff. All right, 10 seconds. Come on, hit 240 and get through this quick, and then I can start the affection story. There we go. Collect all of that. Use all of that. Spend all of it. Boom. Cool. Those. That's everything? Okay. Let's start the affection story now. Journal of Promise, Echo in Solitude. Alrighty. Let's see what this is all about. As I said before, the reason why I want to do this is because I'm assuming it's going to give me context to some of the voice lines and profile info from Veronica from over here. Because I've listened to a few lines and I've read some of the stuff in her files, which has me a bit confused because it makes it seem like she's known Commandant for a while. So I'm hoping and guessing that the Journal of Promise here for her will give context. Luckily, it's voiced too, so my voice can get some rest here. Not that my voice currently is like coarse or anything. I have noticed that the more I talk, the more of these dry coughs will come up. All right. 1 of 6, Savannah.
どうせ死ぬなら少しでも苦しまない方がいいんじゃない?
Dusk settled over the savannah. Epirus, Epirus? Once a jewel among the Golden Age's nature reserves, is now nothing but a forgotten dust bowl. 2 spotted hyenas, up to their eyeballs in a gruesome feast, ravenously tear into the remains of a lioness. Her hide is peeled right off, and the untouched bits of her carcass bear the telltale signs of clean, precise cuts. This is no act of nature. A distant howl from their kin cuts through the air, a clear signal to hustle and rejoin the migrating pack. Crackle. Snap and pop. It's the sound of grass stems snapping. Every inch of cold, hard metal pushing forward makes the wild grasses bend and break. Nature itself is groveling under the iron heel of something man-made, letting out a quiet sigh of surrender. The spotted hyenas flinch, their gut screaming danger. Without missing a beat, they bolt. Her eyes, cold as ice, take it all in without a flicker. The grand sweep of the landscape, the brutal give and take of life and death. Nothing stirs her. In the silent ruins of humanity's downfall, an even stranger visitor has finally shown up after a long time away.
エピロス草原へ到着。任務通信への干渉を検出。ネビル、このメッセージが届いていたら、継続の可否を指示しろ。
Xavier. Okay. But at this point, she's with Church of Machina. Taylor trembling. Veronica doesn't even drop her chin. She just swivels her eyes with an icy stare. From her lofty perch, she spots it. A tail, no more than a dry stick, quivering ever so slightly in the tall grass. A scrawny, tiny lion cub lies on its side, already in death's cold embrace, surrounded by a cloud of buzzing flies and mosquitoes. Tail trembling. A crackle of static breaks through her comms. Veronica barely barely tilts her head, her gaze instantly snapping away from the dying cub as she fiddles with the frequency.
こうなってしまっては、さっさと死んだ方がいくらか楽だ。
She turns to leave her attention already back on her message. The cub struggles to open its eyes, a silent plea in its gaze, but Veronica doesn't miss a beat. Oh. The cub's desperate plea is no louder than the hum of the insects around it, and certainly not enough to halt Veronica's retreating footsteps. The little cub is on its last legs, barely able to let out a whimper for survival, even though Veronica is long gone. It clings to life by a thread, fighting tooth and nail. The last vestiges of daylight are fading as the sun dips below the horizon. The rustling in the grass picks up again, signaling something moving through the tall stalks. It stops right in front of the dying cub.
いつまでもうるさいぞ。機械は記憶さえ残れば、本当の意味で死ぬことはない。 だが肉体というものはいとも簡単に滅びる。それが原因か？お前たちが死ぬ間際にやかましいのは命が一度きりだからか？セラもアレクセイも。
Veronica, who usually doesn't show an ounce of emotion, actually knits her brows, mulling it over for a moment.
非常に不愉快だ。
She drops her gaze, looking down at the dying lion cub at her feet. Night creeps over the sweeping savannah. Savannah? Babylonia Star of Life, 48 hours earlier.
大部分のバイタルは回復傾向にありますが、高負荷の任務はしばらく控えてください。しばらく休養された方が溜め込んだ疲労と傷の回復には何より効果的ですから。
Okay. Thanks. Fine. Thanks.
入院生活は退屈ですか？昨日はここの野戦医療訓練に参加されたとか。しかも壇上で手本まで披露されたそうですね。
Word travels fast, doesn't it?
ああ、ご存知なかったんですか？申し込んでいない人まで大勢見に行ったそうですよ。だってあのグレイレイブン指揮官ですから。あなたはここのスターですよ。
A real rock star. The nurse gives a playful wink.
もうちょっとの辛抱ですよ。どうしても退屈なら他にも講習がたくさんありますし、あなたが出れば出席率も爆上がりです。
I'm not looking to kill time with lectures. After being on the go for so long, it's tough to shift gears when things suddenly grind to a halt. I'll say that.
ゆっくり休んでください、指揮官。たまには静かで平和な時間を楽しむのもいいじゃないですか。
No sooner have the words hung in the air than the peaceful moment is shattered by the rumble of gurneys hurtling down the hallway. Several zip by, when suddenly the patient on the last one shoots bolt upright, grabbing the rails. Even the old hand medical staff are caught flat-footed before they can get him to lie back down. Hello, Leoju. That's me. Hello? Be careful.
本物だ。はじめまして。生きたグレイレイブン指揮官に会えるなんて。
That's me.
ごめんなさい。ちょっと興奮しすぎて。隊長が言ってたんです。運が良ければスターオブライフで会えるかもって。まさか本当に会えるなんて。
The Yes King meme. Oh, yeah. My friend, that same friend who used that audio clip in his video, he told me about it the other day. Yeah. All jokes aside with that meme and stuff with that dude, that sucks. Apparently it was from a heart attack. Rest in peace to the guy. I said rest in peace King, but I don't mean that in like a meme jokey way. Like actually rest in peace to the guy. It's sad. Because no matter how healthy a person looks on the surface, you never know what will happen internally. Right? So rest in peace. Yeah, rest in peace, the guy. I only know him from the memes, but even so, I have to show my respect. Death is no laughing matter. Rest in peace. At the mention of his boss, the patient's face falls a mile long.
そうだ。終わったんだ。もう隊長に報告が言ってるかな。自分が無茶して怪我したせいで、午後の地上任務は一人欠員だ。こっぴどく叱られるだろうな。でも、ただの遺跡回収任務だし、ワンチャンそこまで怒られないか。
A ruins recovery mission.
ええ。今回は旧エペロス自然保護区の研究所跡に対して保全や研究資料を回収して空中庭園に持ち帰るっていう割と楽な任務なんです。
I'm guessing this is I'm guessing we're gonna go on this mission, and that's how we're gonna run into Veronica.
そういえば研究員たちが話してました。科学理事会が黄金時代に中断された特殊な疾患や特効薬の研究を再開しようとしていて、関連する動植物のデータを集めているとか。
そうそう、それ隊長も言ってました。この資料があれば生態系回復の前段階の研究ができるし、食料生産にも貢献できるって。
なるほど。危険の少ない任務でも価値は高いのか。それはこってり絞られそうですね。
Nature reserves, a relic of a bygone era, really. After the punishing virus swept through the world, it was all hands on deck for survival. Ecological preservation, along with cultural advancements, just got filed away in humanity's long to-do list. Where there's a human, there's a way. No matter how difficult, humanity always creates cultures that are unique to their times. As for ecology, with barely a patch of green left, conservation becomes a moot point. I'm interested. Why don't I ask to step in for you?
指揮官？療養中における低リスク任務への参加は許可されていますが、わざわざ
The medical staff's next words catch in their throats. After all, the commandant standing before them is never one to shy away from a bit of daring do. I can't keep bothering you guys whenever I'm bored. Don't worry, it's just a simple mission.
でもなんだかんだでいつも事態を大きく発展させるのはあなただから。
Girl, you have no idea.
どちらにせよ私が何を言ったって止まらないでしょ。
Smile. Don't worry, I'll look after myself.
本気ですか？この任務の補欠で参加してくれる？
It's never simple with Greater and Commandant.
やった！じゃあ俺たち交代ってことですね。
The wounded person raised his fist, raised his fist, so thickly wrapped in bandages it resembled a ball. He said, "Pass the torch," and I immediately, and it reminded me of Vera. God damn it, fist bump. Bandaged knuckles meet the tactical glove with a clean, decisive thud. At this point, everything is going to remind me of Vera. A warm breeze meanders through the tall grass in front of the Nature Reserve's research facility, then sweeps over the mission crew as they carefully move scientific specimens from the ruins.
グレイレイブン指揮官、地上任務をご一緒できるなんて光栄です。
Oh, man, they keep flattering. They're so flattering.
研究資料のバックアップは完了しました。残りの標本整理は自分たちに任せてください。指揮官はまだ療養中ですし、先に空中庭園へ戻られては？
No, I'm good. I'll head back with all of you once the mission's done.
さすがですね。いつも責任感が強い。頭が下がります。
See, this is the reason why everyone loves Commandant. The construct captain breaks into a grin, and their hearty laughter startles a few blue-bellied starlings, sending them flapping their wings as they soar towards the horizon. The savannah sky stretches out forever, yet feels close enough to touch, its low horizon making it seem like you could just reach out and touch it.
なかなかいいですね。こういう環境にいると、地上こそが我らの帰る場所だって実感します。
Yeah, it's beautiful.
本当に美しいですよね。もしよろしければ、整理作業中に周囲の見回りをお願いしてもいいですか？
There's a cheerful chuckle in the construct captain's voice.
せっかくの療養中にここまで来たんです。少しでも自然の中で癒されてください。
Thanks. Blue-bellied starlings perch on acacia, sorry. Right? I don't hang on. How do you properly pronounce that? I think it's acacia, is it not? It is acacia.
Acacia.
I was right. Okay, acacia. I'll be honest with you, I only know Acacia from Minecraft. Acacia branches etched against the sunset, painting the Epirus savanna. Like something out of a dream, the birds preen their feathers without a care in the world, every now and then letting out cheerful chirps. Your song's quite a treat, isn't it? Pure music to my ears. Without even realizing, you've gone off the beaten path, pulled in by the siren call of these wild melodies. You adjust the facial plate of your power armor and hit pause, soaking in this rare moment of calm. Brother, we came down here wearing the power armor? That's a bit extreme. But then again, we're in a recovery state, so I guess... Huh? In the shade of an acacia tree, a weak lion cub lies tucked away in the tall grass. Around it, granite lies smashed to bits, strewn across the ground. The only piece that's been somewhat tamed is the one right by the cub, crudely hammered into a shallow dip that's barely holding a whisper of water. It's clearly the lone bright spot in a string of botched jobs. What's even more bizarre is the slab of raw meat just sitting there, bold as brass. Someone bothered to skin it, but it's plain as day that it's way too tough for a cub's baby teeth to even make a dent in. It's clear someone tried to help, but they didn't exactly knock it out of the park. This whole scene just screams rookie caregiver. Could there really be someone else out here in the sticks? The poor little guy is plainly under the weather. Your heart sinks as you check its ear tips and paw pads, confirming your worries when they feel abnormally cold. Rough go of it, huh, little one? When you gently pinch its fur, its skin is slow to spring back. Its dry nose and sunken eyes are all red flags, telling you this cub hasn't had a decent meal for ages. No. Poor baby. Sensing you're on its side, the cub's round black eyes lock onto mine. Sensing your, and then says mine. I'll just read it as if it's the narrator's point of view and not my own point of view. Sensing you're on its side, the cub's round black eyes lock onto yours. It tentatively licks the hand petting it, then tilts its head, as if sizing you up. Once it's sure you're no threat, it softly nuzzles your palm. Clever little devil. You're quite the charmer, aren't you, little one? From the feel of its tongue against your hand, it's clear its mouth is as dry as a bone, too. Oh, touch the dry nose, stroke the head. No need to fret, I'll get you sorted. You're safe with me. You fish out a nutritional solution from your supply pack and pour a bit into your palm. The cub gives a tentative lick or two, then its eyes go wide as saucers. It immediately starts letting out little roars, practically begging for more. Let's bring it to Babylonia! Once you're sure it can swallow without a hitch, you pour more of the solution into your palm. And then I get bisected. A lance cuts through the air, its wicked whistle making your ears ring. But before the sound even registers, an odd change in the air against your back sets your muscles on high alert, kicking your defenses into gear. You dodge to the side, just missing the deadly shot. Okay, never mind, it's good that we're wearing the power armor. Who's there? Before you can even get a look at your attacker, a deep, rumbling hum hits you from right behind. You spin around, your armor snapping into place over your arm just in time to block a sweeping lance. Also, the BGM is muffled because I did Warzone earlier and it bugged out as usual. The force of the impact ruffles Veronica's hair, revealing her cold, stern face and a pair of eyes that can curdle milk. Well, that's okay. It's you. Her face doesn't ring a bell, but your body remembers that unmistakable, bone-chilling, killing intent. The very same you'd felt in the icy depths of Aerospace City. Some things your body just never forgets. That's interesting, though. So, in the backstory for her with the long hair, that design with the long hair, that's her original look. And then Aerospace City, her hair is shorter, she's wearing more armor and shit. And then after Aerospace City, she's back to her original look. So I wonder, because at the beginning of this affection story, she was in contact with Xavier, right? And obviously she's part of the Church of Machina. So I'm assuming her having this armored frame, this armored look of hers, is just a separate frame of hers. Maybe this one's more focused with defense. This look right here. While the other one she has is more sleek and more agile. I don't know. That's my guess.
しぶといな。こんなところでまた会うとは。
So it's not like she chose to wear all that armor and that getup at Aerospace City because she doesn't like humans. Maybe it's just for an actual real use and not for something as simple as not liking humans. So I don't want to look like a human. You quickly duck behind the acacia tree, making sure you're not an easy target before trying to talk to this ghost from your past. Are you the one looking after this lion?
だったら守る者がいないと見て好き勝手に痛めつけようとでも。
Okay, girl, we're not that heartless. I mean, there are humans out there that do that kind of shit. They should just die, but not me. Kick it while it was down? What on earth are you talking about? I just saw it was in a bad way, so I've been giving it a bit of caring. She needs a Snickers bar. Lioness. But I just arrived. Don't just jump to conclusions.
皮を剥ぎ肉を奪う。それは人間のやり口だろう。そして周囲にはお前以外に人間の痕跡はない。
You think the power armor has some sort of dash cam feature? Just show her the recording. Look. Look, I have proof.
さっきの動きを見れば、お前が私の探知をすり抜けるのは簡単なことくらいわかる。
You're tempted to bang your head. How absurd she is. It was crystal clear that she's letting her prejudices do the talking.
人間の脳は全く理解できない。
It doesn't have a dash cam? El Babylonian. It should.
機械でも動物でも、時には同族すら、その欲望のはけ口にしようとする。
Thinking about it now, was there ever a time that there was like, here, we took footage from your power armor and we just reviewed it? Was there ever a time like that at all throughout this entire game? No, right? Come on, man. You know how nice that would be to have a dash cam or something in your power armor? So you can record everything and take it back for analysis or some shit?
恐怖も痛みも苦しみさえもお前たちはそこにしか興奮を見出せない。
Excuse me, if I might just cut in for a second. And they have no footage, right? Just how did he die? I don't know, man. Heart attack. Your prejudice aside, does this little guy look scared to you? Her. Meanwhile, as the two square off, the lion cub has sniffed out the nutrient pack tossed into the grass and is guzzling it down, even managing to let out happy little purrs between gulps. See that? That's my dinner. Does it look happy chowing down? Doesn't it look happy chowing down? So who's the one kicking it while it's down here? The poor thing was so hungry it was practically talking. It looks like it's been famished for ages. Veronica keeps her lips sealed, but the sudden ice in her glare makes it clear she doesn't take kindly to being accused of neglecting the cub. Before Veronica can even get a word in, the little cub, which has been feeding just moments before, lets out a pained whimper and suddenly keels over. Your heart sinks, and a knot forms in your stomach as you dash out from behind the acacia tree. But before you can reach it, a lance whizzes through the air, cutting off your path. I need to check on it. Don't stop me. You crouch beside the lion cub, and your worst fears are confirmed. It's not breathing, completely still, no response to anything. Hypophosphatemia. Phosphatemia? Hypophosphatemia. What is that? Hypophosphatemia. Phosphatemia? Medical condition characterized by abnormally low levels of phosphate in the blood, defined as a serum phosphate concentration below 2.5, and I don't know. It can be mild and asymptomatic, but severe and chronic cases can lead to serious health issues like muscle weakness, respiratory failure, bone problems. You gotta supplement with phosphate. Gotcha. Now watch the game actually explain that to me.
Nani?
What is it? What is it? It's going into shock. It had too much nutrition too fast. You were about to write that, not with the scientific terms. The perks of working with animal rescuers. Oh, interesting. You can't help but kick yourself. That nutritional solution is only meant for combat emergency rations. It never crossed your mind it would be too much for the cub's delicate system. This isn't good. I need to clear its airway and start CPR to get its breathing and heart going again. Even though you know human CPR like the back of your hand, you've never formally learned animal emergency procedures. Luckily, you've recently skimmed through some research facility documents that have exactly the information you need. What a coincidence. You lay the lion cub on its side and, going by the book, find the chest cavity right below the elbow. Hey, well, let me read that again. You recently skimmed through some research facility documents. I'm going to assume those documents are also related to the nature reserve. It happened to humans too. War prisoners had this happen to them, and many died due to being fed too fast, too much food. Oh, or you know, knowledge. The instant your hand hits the spot, you feel something cold against your neck. Without looking back, you know there's a lance pointed right at your throat. Girl, you need to relax.
私も知っている。私の目の前でこの子を殺す気か?
She's fierce. She's fierce. I like her though. No wonder she's got ignition. You even know what a mammal is? As a mammal myself, I reckon I know a thing or two about what needs doing right now, way better than you do. Oh. I mean, I don't want to challenge her, bro. Come on, please. Every second of this golden hour is precious. If you really want to save it, then just back off and let me work. It is the first time Veronica has ever heard such unshakable, cold resolve in the human's voice since they've crossed paths. A plate of armor silently shimmers into existence around the human's neck, grating against the hovering lance tip with a harsh, ear-splitting screech. You can perform similar CPR techniques with certain animals. Never did one yourself, but an animal shelter co-worker did it to a smaller dog. And fortunately, the little guy was alright. That's good. Fascinating. The lion cub lies out cold on the ground, barely stirring. Its only signs of life due to the human's relentless efforts to bring it back. Stop getting in my way. Take this as a heads up, or a warning, if that floats your boat. Veronica has been warned before. It's not new to her. Anyone who thinks they can strong-arm her into submission has, without fail, ended up eating dirt under her lance. But something in this human's eyes makes her pump the brakes. It's not malice she sees, but something else. Something that, for reasons she can't quite put her finger on, makes Veronica hold her horses. It's human resolve. A distant rumble of thunder rolls, and a fine drizzle begins to kiss the savannah. Savannah? Through the gentle rain, the human keeps at it, methodically performing CPR on the lion cub, one hand rhythmically pressing its side, the other delivering rescue breaths with practiced precision. She lowers her weapon. Long before the Golden Age, humans had been perfecting their knowledge of animal care for generations. Connect with me if you don't trust me. I have proof.
リンク? 私をあの量産型と一緒にするな。首輪でつながれて喜ぶほど愚かではない。お前には興味がない。やるべきことならやらせてやる。
No. Little cub, please survive. With a feeble cough, the lion cub finally regains its heartbeat and breathing. Under Veronica's scrutinizing gaze, you retrieve a syringe from your first aid kit. This is sodium glycerophosphate. Same name, but refined. It treats both humans and animals.
人間も?
Humans? Oh, right, of course. Hypophosphatemia, or phosphatemia, I think it's temia, is quite dangerous for humans too. Under Veronica's watchful eye, you slowly administer the injection to the lion cub.
心肺蘇生とは何だ
What is CPR? Would you like a demonstration? Would you like to be the subject, miss? I'm just kidding. First aid for cardiac... If I did that, she would just kill me. First aid for cardiac arrest. Works on most mammals. Mechanoids? Probably not. As the lion cub's breathing gradually stabilizes, you reach out to stroke its fuzzy ears, a playful smile on your face. Yay! To survive this long, we humans have explored and strived for so much.
それをやれば生き延びられるのか
Well, firstly, it needs shelter, and then secondly, it needs food. It needs to be able to take care of itself. Thinking of something, you face Veronica, who has just piped up. She's been keeping her distance ever since you saved the cub, and now her face is shrouded in shadow. Don't be ridiculous. It doesn't work every time. No kidding. I've had my share of failures too. This is no miraculous resurrection technique, unfortunately. I could be really blunt with that first one. I'll say the second one. Just then, the little lion cub comes to, weakly flopping in your arms. It barely has the strength to lift its paws, but its nose twitches like crazy until it catches a whiff of something good. With a soft whimper, it starts to lap at the nutritional solution. First thing you do is look for food, huh? You must be absolutely starving.
お前ら哺乳類は長生きのためなら何でもするんだな
You feel the jab and gently flick the cub's forehead, a little punishment for embarrassing the entire mammalian class. Mammalian class. I hear you, little one. You got a real will to live, don't you? The rain begins to come down in sheets as night falls over the savannah. Night rain. Elden Ring? Muffled thunder rumbles through the humid air, and the savannah heaves in inky waves with the wind. A bolt of lightning splits the darkness, its white flame igniting the night, and the gentle drizzle turns into a full-blown downpour. I hate that I chuckled at my own fucking dumbass joke. It said night rain, and I thought of Elden Ring. The temperature on the savannah is dropping drastically, thanks to a mix of the heavy rain and the huge day-night temperature swing. The already fragile lion cub is shaking like a leaf in Veronica's arms, its body heat leaking away fast. It's clearly suffering from hypothermia. We all been there. There's a cliff up ahead. Let's check it out. If they don't find shelter, and fast, the heavy rain will put them both at risk of hypothermia. Not just the weakened cub, but Veronica herself. Really? I would have thought that mechanoids would have something to keep themselves warmed up. With any luck, there'll be a cave under the cliff for us to hole up in. Veronica's icy stare sweeps over the human, making it crystal clear she isn't about to entertain the idea, much less give it her blessing. Sure enough, she just spreads her wings and takes off with the cub, leaving the human to trudge through the downpour with rain pelting their face. Thanks. Stay calm. The bigger person here, don't be upset. Don't be mad. Think of it as a way to show human determination. You gotta show her the true measure of a chief. As it turns out, the cliff is hiding the perfect cave, a semi-enclosed shelter with plenty of room for 2 people and a cub. The bad news is that in weather like this, there is nothing to work with to make a fire. You give it a shot several times, but it's all for nothing. While your body temperature bounces back pretty quickly once you're out of the rain, the cub's continues to take a nosedive. It's freezing. We need to warm it up, or it could die. Here's a resounding fuck. You scoop the cub up from the ground and hold it close, but with the cub's fur and your clothes both soaking wet, your body heat isn't even making a dent. Hey, little guy, you've got to hang in there. Stay with me. After a beat, you offer the cub to Veronica.
何のつもりだ
He's on the ropes. We're out of time. The best shot we have is for you to hold him and crank up your frame to generate a controlled, gentle warmth. Veronica doesn't say where to move to take the cub, just stares at you with a cold, blank look. No use talking to a brick wall. You brush aside Veronica's sudden icy glare, place the cub right in her arms, and start furiously scrolling on your terminal. Goes on Twitter. Frickin' dragon lady won't goddamn help. Just to be clear, you want to save it, right? This is the only game in town we want. If this is the only game in town, if we wanted to say, if we what? Huh? What is that second? What is that second choice? This is the only game in town if we wanted to save it. I'm picking the first one. I don't know what the heck that second choice meant. That was a weird choice of words. Can you hold your temperature at, say, 40 degrees Celsius?
40度
Veronica knits her brow in concentration. Through her efforts, the cub's wet chest rises and falls barely an inch, but it's not getting any better. And this needs to be hotter. Sizzle. A disturbing scent of singed fur fills the air. A little too hot, girl. Turn it down. The unconscious lion cub lets out a pitiful whimper, crying out from the pain even in its sleep. Stop, stop, stop. Stop, stop, stop. Not daring to even imagine how hot Veronica's body has gotten, you snatch the cub away just in the nick of time.
このくらいでいいだろうもう乾いている
Dry? It's practically charred. Another 2 hours of this and we'd be eating lion jerky. A steady 40 degrees would be fine.
40度がどうしたって
An impatient dragon tail thrashes the ground, shattering a few innocent granite boulders.
私は戦闘と破壊のために作られた機体の異常温度を警告する機能はあってもそんな曖昧な温度制御は不可能だ
You know, her temperament is what you'd expect from an actual dragon, I'll be honest with you. So this is kind of, like, fitting. Gen Z Commandant. Temperature perception, a second nature for humans, is a completely alien concept for mechanical beings. Jeez, how do I read this properly? Okay. Here, human body is about 37 degrees. Use me as a yardstick. That letter D in the middle, that just threw me off. I'm guessing it's supposed to be like a comma mark right there, because normally that only happens when there's like some sort of punctuation or whatever. You hold out a hand, a silent invitation. And a flash of dragon's tail whips past your face, missing you by a hair's breadth before slamming into the ground so hard that the rock shatters into dust.
状況がまだ理解できていないようだな人間など嫌いだ触れる気は一切ない
Understandable. And before all the freaking Veronica design haters come in.
You hate humans, but you look so human yourself.
As if her previous design didn't look human as well. Her previous design having a humanoid body frame, having booba, having a human face. I'm all ears if you've got a better idea, but my internal heat sense is our best shot at getting the temperature right. After all, humans just know when something's hot or cold. You don't need data to figure it out. We're on the same team here, aren't we? We both want to save it. Look at the little guy. The little lion cub whimpers, sensing the tense standoff. He's like, stop fighting! Whoosh! A lance shoots out from Veronica's hand. Its cold, gleaming metal tip is a barrier and a bridge all at once. With her other hand, she gently cradles the cub.
これを使え
You place your hand on the lance's tip, and a wave of heat rushes up through the metal. Cold metal can transfer heat easily once it gets going, but this is way beyond just warm. Medium well. Suddenly in the mood for a barbecue? Talk about a scorcher. The weight of the land shaft against your leg suddenly multiplies. A dead giveaway, its owner is upset. Okay, relax. Okay, I'm just joking around, Jesus Christ. Veronica, after a promising start, manages to nail the temperature after a few quick adjustments. The lion's cub body heat gradually gets back to normal and it starts to purr up a storm in her arms. Veronica's pupils dilate ever so slightly. That means it's happy. The mechanical girl offers no reply, her gaze glued to the cub in her arms. Even the rain-drenched cliff seems to warm up a little in this moment. How about giving it a name?
必要ない。
What? Excuse me. The warmth drains from her eyes as she looks away from the cub in her arms. She's just a traveler passing through with no intention of getting attached. The brief moment of tenderness vanishes into thin air, leaving the human to scratch their head with a resigned look. Since you've got the heating thing down pat, mind boiling some water for me? Crack! Another innocent boulder shatters as her dragon tail lashes out, sending rock fragments whizzing past the human's face with surgical precision, drawing blood. Joke bombed. Assessment is 0 sense of humor. Was actually a bit much.
死にたいならそう言えばいい。
Quite the opposite. The human's all about that good life. Early to bed, early to rise, the whole 9 yards of a healthy lifestyle. The human finds a spot against the rock wall and drifts off under the night sky. In the crisp morning air after a light rain, before you wake up, the lion cub scrambles onto your chest, whimpering softly. With no sign of Veronica, you keep the cub busy with an impromptu game of chase the fingers until she finally shows up, a rabbit dangling from her hand. You're not seriously thinking that making it a snack-sized meal will somehow make it chewable, right? A cub this young can't eat solid food yet. Let's just smash this then. At least that'll be something that it can actually stomach. Veronica turns the rabbit into a bloody slurry. Jesus! And with a little help from the human's nutritional solution, they somehow manage to get the cub through breakfast. just splat. That's what I imagined. I can't live on blood, and the solution's not made for it.
近くにお前の仲間がいるだろう。全員捕まえてきて。
Girl?
そいつらが幼獣用の栄養液を開発するまで生き延びさせればいいだけだ。
Oh, geez. I don't know why, but my initial thought was like, here, we can just feed the cub your people. That's where my mind drifted to. What on earth do you think my job is? I'm a soldier.
人間の常識など知ったことではない。
Her face is like, man, I'm tired of this shit.
その方法が無理なら早く別の手段を見つけろ。でなければお前がここにいる意味などない。
Her voice is so good. So just serving them to the commandant. Though she said I'll have no reason to be here, her murderous blah 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 blah. Even though she said I'll have no reason to be here, her murderous glare makes it pretty clear I won't have a reason to keep breathing. Breathing. The solution is a no-brainer. We just need to find it a new mother. Even if we take the food issue off the table, it still needs the guidance of pride to survive on the savannah. Now we're just bringing it back to Babylonia. Rainy season sunlight spills across the savannah as lionesses lazily swish their tails while soaking up the warmth. Nearby, cubs huddle in small groups, practicing rudimentary hunting skills with their siblings as willing sparring partners.
オスライオンは縄張りの見回りに出かけているようだ。
It's fascinating that animals are just carefree, living in this world. They see humans getting screwed over by punching, they're like, man, thank God we're not like them, huh? Good. Let's make this a quick in and out this time. After Veronica's careful recon, the two of them settle on this pride to approach. This wasn't their first try. They'd already struck out with 2 or 3 other prides in their quest to find a foster mother for the cub. Weird. Multiple prides in a place before migration season. Veronica tucks the tiny lion cub under her arm and impatiently flicks her tail. The resting lionesses immediately perk up their ears and start scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Hope they don't go for the scientific correct approach here. Shh, you. Her clumsy moves put the pride on high alert. The human instinctively leans in to warn Veronica, accidentally bumping her arm. Crack! A powerful gust whips past the human's cheek as Veronica's tail violently strikes the boulder they are hiding behind. The boulder sacrifices itself on the spot. Do you have a stress response to human contact? My bad, I just touched you by accident. Lioness don't usually adopt cubs unless they're nursing their own. Oh, I see.
次に私に触れてみろ。お前の首をへし折る。
The pride grows restless.
面倒だな。
She snatches the unconscious cub and makes a beeline for the pride. Whoa, hold on! The lioness's roars draw angry responses from male lions in the distance. Their approaching growls grow louder, a sign that the pride's guardians are on their way back. Veronica, what are you doing? Hey, shoving it straight under the lioness's belly is way too rough. Just placing the cub under a lioness won't cut it. No matter what, even someone as formidable as Veronica can't get the wildly resisting lioness to accept a cub that isn't hers. Meanwhile, the thundering footsteps of the male lions are getting dangerously close. Forget it, run! The morning sun paints a pretty picture, with a gentle savanna breeze tickling your faces. It would have been the perfect vacation spot if you weren't being chased by 3 angry male lions. I didn't do all those extra workouts just to race the lions across the savanna. As Veronica zips past, the lion cub dangling from her hand by the scruff of its neck. She gives a nonchalant glance at you, then shoots up into the air, completely unbothered by your impending doom. What? You did that on purpose. Finally shaking off the pursuing lions, you reunite with Veronica, who is casually waiting under a cliff ledge as if nothing happened.
随分時間がかかったな。生きていたか。
You're so funny. What a funny little prank, you jokester, you. Oh, you got me with that one.
お前の
Shakes
力な
fist.
ら数頭のライオンくらい殺せただろう。
Who do you think I am? With your skills, seriously wounding the lioness and forcing it to nurse the cub wouldn't have been too hard, right? Their eyes meet. Despite their mutual annoyance, they find themselves on the same page for once. Neither of them has gone for the easy way out and hurt the pride, even though they both could have done so without breaking a sweat. Really? Ray Raven comment on, you're that confident in your abilities? I don't want to... If I was well trained like you, I don't think I'd want to tussle against a pride. That afternoon, you stumble upon a new, smaller pride with a scrawny male lion. His mane is luxurious, but instead of keeping watch over his territory, he is too busy admiring his reflection in a puddle with 2 capital D's.
今回は私が直接奪うことにする。即戦即決だ。もし邪魔したら、お前の命はない。
Veronica unfurls her wings and ready to take off, but then does a sudden U-turn.
栄養液を。
Huh? She alights gently on an acacia tree and, while the lionesses keep a close eye on her, rips open 2 packets of nutrient solution that no lion cub can resist. She tosses them into the pride. Sure enough, the cubs fall for it first, slowly creeping closer to lick at the solution. Even a couple of the lionesses, though still on their guard, can't help but sniff curiously at the strange substance.
まさか本当に効くとは。
You did that on a whim. Seeing that the lions stay wary but aren't about to chase her off, Veronica is happy with her little gambit. She descends gracefully to the ground. Just as she predicted, her movements catch the attention of the male lion. He is about to turn away from the puddle he's been admiring himself in when his ears suddenly, with 2 capital D's, perk up. A sharp snap of fingers gets his attention again as the human steps out of the shadows, a holographic projection floating above their open palm. Curious growl. The holographic image shows a clear picture of the male lion's face. The vein lion's eyes go wide. He's never seen such a crisp reflection before. He tilts his head back and forth, checking out the image from every angle, before finally wrinkling his nose and consciously sniffing at his digital self. Worked! Thank goodness he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Shrek reference? I can't believe this is actually working. Veronica watches with a poker face as you keep the male lion busy, giving a slight nod that seems to say, not bad. Oh. With the lion temporarily sidetracked, all that's left is for Veronica to wrap up her business quickly so you can get out of here. And then your eyes go wide with shock. Under your disbelieving stare, Veronica's lips curl into a smirk as she starts casually browsing through the increasingly mellow lionesses, carefully picking out a strong-bodied yet graceful surrogate mother. Would someone please explain what happened to the quick in and out we agreed on? Perhaps she's totally doing this on purpose. Finally, the hassled lionesses start letting out irritated growls. Veronica, dead set on finding her premium surrogate mother, couldn't be bothered. The male lion, completely absorbed in his own magnificence, has zero interest in interfering, and the helpless human, for now, has absolutely no say in the matter. While it looks like the vain lion is checking himself out from every angle in the holographic projection, in reality, the human is staring blankly at the big cat through the display, their soul having checked out ages ago. After dragging out this whole charade, or charade, with the male lion, Veronica finally decides to make her grand entrance. With a struggling lioness draped over her left shoulder and a yawning cub balanced on her right, she hovers casually in midair. Jesus. That's a little aggressive. Messing around? Stay calm. Be the bigger person here. Reaching out toward Veronica's free hand, you get hit with a scornful laugh as she grabs her own belt instead. By the time the male lion finally catches on to what's happening and raises his paw to pounce, Veronica has already shot skyward. Of course, now she doesn't have a delayed reaction. What a prankster. The lion, making one last-ditch effort to do its job, chases after your shadows on the ground. When its clear, innocent eyes meet your completely dead stare hanging in midair, it slowly grinds to a halt. Down below the cliff, after carefully sizing up the situation, the nursing lioness they brought from far away seems to get what they're after. Without putting up much of a fight, she quietly starts feeding the lion cub. Oh. Once the lion cub's belly is nice and round, paws stretched out as it rolls around playfully on the ground, Veronica finally reaches down to scoop it up. Instead, the cub jumps at the chance to wrap its paws around her hand, nuzzling against her affectionately with its fuzzy little head. Veronica frowns, pressing her fingertip against the cub's forehead. Veronica leans down, getting ready to haul the cub up again under the watchful, protective gaze of the mother lioness. Wait. The mechanical girl frowns, her tone ice cold and stiff. Excuse me, if I might just cut in for a second? You pull out porcupine meat you'd stashed in the acacia tree and set it down in front of the mother lioness. I just want her to have a full belly before she heads back. We humans have this thing called child support. We humans don't believe in working for free. Thanks for the compliment. I did put more thought into this than you did. Naturally. Fed up with your childish squabbling, the lioness flicks her tail and digs into the meal. Porcupine meat is absolutely delicious, but a real pain in the ass to hunt, rarely making it onto the pride's dinner table. Definitely thoughtful payment for her services as a temporary mom. Seeing its surrogate mother chowing down, the little one doesn't waste any time and gets back to its own enthusiastic feast, nursing with happy little slurps. This is kind of embarrassing. What an appetite. After the two big cats lick their food clean, Veronica hoists the lioness onto her shoulders, which earns her a volley of disgruntled growls.
彼女を群れに戻す。
You go on. You go on. Her cubs are waiting for her. Her cubs must be starving by now. Drop her off and be back as soon as you can. And go on. The mechanical girl's cold stare sweeps over the human's grin. No one has ever casually denied a cub its right to be nurtured. For Veronica, who has come from a place of chaos and disorder, this is a rare moment, feeling the gentle comfort that comes from seeing such a natural order of things. The calls of starlings herald another dawn, as morning sunlight spills across the human's face. Well, we've been out here for like 3 days, 3 days now. Are you sure the recon team isn't like, where's Commandant at? Today, however, there's no wake-up call from the lion cub. Huh? The human jolts awake and scans the surroundings warily, only to be met with Veronica's look of disdain. She tilts her chin slightly, directing attention forward. The lioness from yesterday is now resting peacefully in the shade, while her cub devours its meal with intense focus. Noticing the human is awake, the lioness's eyes light up and her tail wags with delight. Did you go fetch her this early? Thank you.
私じゃない。彼女は自ら来たんだ。意味不明な行動だ。
Just from the lioness's calm, confident stare, you can already tell the whole story. Well, either way, we still have to pay her for her work. Can't let her do this for nothing. I wonder if there are any porcupines left around here. Finding them is going to be a real pain. Barely managed
何が難しいんだ？
to snag one
夜明け
yesterday.
の見回りで何匹か見たぞ。
Veronica spreads her wings and takes to the sky to get her bearings.
役立たずの人間はここにいろ。
I mean, just because you got metal for skin doesn't mean, like... Okay. As the busy mechanical girl flaps away and vanishes into the distance, you stretch out with a long, lazy yawn. Meeting the lioness's steady gaze, you flash a knowing smile. A quiet victory. Veronica comes back with 2 porcupines. After the lioness has had her fill, she tears off the choicest parts to take back to her pride.
妙だな。なぜさっきお前はさっさと狩りに行かなかった？
Oh, I'm human, but I'm not a barbarian. Well, what a haul. For a natural. I would have just been a third wheel. Watching the human's earnest smile, Veronica's eyes narrow dangerously.
こいつはなんだか怪しい。
Really? With her task complete, the lioness picks up the meat and prepares to leave. The pair watches as the kind-hearted mother's elegant, steady figure gradually disappears into the distance.
お前。
Huh?
もう抵抗しなくなった彼女に、このままコライオンを押し付ける気か？
Yikes. The human turns in surprise, staring at Miss Justice, who has for once offered a strategic solution. The two of you return to the lioness's pride with arms full of prey, looking for all the world like exasperated parents dropping off their problem child at school. LOL. Pride grows restless at the stranger's arrival with warning growls rumbling throughout the group. A pompous male lion leaps down from his rocky perch, threateningly baring his fangs. A single roar from the lioness brings the whole pride to heel. She's the one who really calls the shots around here. While the pride will take the food they're given, they draw the line at letting a strange cub into the fold. Mew. After getting a good shellacking from the pride's own cubs and not even getting a single drop of milk, the pathetic little cub snuggles up to your leg. Veronica gives it a reassuring pat on the head and it rolls over belly up right next to her, looking for some more comfort.
このままじゃ良くないな。
She stands up so fast the cub, who'd just gotten all cozy, goes tail over tea kettle in a panic. She fixes her gaze on the little lion's big, innocent black eyes.
特訓だ。私のライオンがあいつらに負けるのは許されない。
Your cub. The Hunter. Maybe it's because humans hadn't been around for eons, but the lions aren't too wary of the newcomers. Once they figure out you aren't a threat, and with the lioness queen's silent approval, the two of you and the lion cub settle in and get along just fine with the bride. Hunter, BRB, no problem. Cubs are the most high-energy troublemakers on the savannah, and before long, Veronica's one-on-one sessions turn into a wild free-for-all for all the young lions. These fluffy future rulers of the savannah really start to show their true colors. The tacticians pull off sneaky attacks from behind. The aggressive ones come at you from every angle. The social butterflies get everyone in on a group assault. And the hopeless one, your own cub, whimpers and makes a beeline for you. Hey, get off me. You'll get me in hot water too. Hang on a minute. Of course, you have to get dud.
お前どこかに失せろ。
Huh?
お前がここにいると、この子はいつまで経っても真剣に学ばない。群れから離れて育てたら野生で生きられなくなるって言ったのは誰だ？それなのに、お前は何をしている？この子の成長を妨げて、戦い方も狩りの仕方も勉強させない。このままでどうやって群れに受け入れてもらうつもりだ？
Suddenly you feel a pang of guilt. You sheepishly scratch your nose and take a few steps back under Veronica's steely gaze. Why do I feel like I've fast-forwarded to the joys of helping a kid with their homework? The moment you move, however, you become fair game. The cubs swarm around you like a plague of locusts, a tumbling mass of fur, pushing and shoving as they crowd around your feet. Whoa, easy now. Watch out. Veronica's brow furrows as she steps forward, determined to knock some sense into this rowdy pack of cubs. Meanwhile, you frantically try to dodge the cubs' reckless charges, but find yourself trapped in a living quicksand of fur and paws. With each attempt to step free, you stumble and lose your footing, surrounded on all sides. And so the chaos pushes the two figures closer and closer together. Flesh meets metal as they collide, and worse than the unexpected pain is the undeniable realization that you've just made physical contact with Veronica again. Oh boy. It's bumped into her. You haven't forgotten Veronica's visceral aversion to human contact. Rubbing your sore spot, you cautiously look up to gauge her reaction. Her chin is up, all high and mighty, with that same old smug look. Her stare is ice cold, like she is ready to go off the deep end at a moment's notice. I should probably just apologize. She's not going to hit me, is she?
脆弱な炭素生物が。
But instead of blowing her top, Veronica just gives you that irritated look you're too used to by now. Oh, excuse me for not being as great as a mechanoid.
気を抜くな。こっちに来い。
Oh, jeez. Yes, ma'am.
全員こちらだ。訓練を続ける。サボりは許さない。
She really is like, it really is like trying to warm up to an animal. They get hesitant of you at first. It's like trying to take in like a stray cat or something from a rescue shelter or whatever. It'll take some time for them to warm up to you. She didn't get that upset this time around, so she's slowly starting to warm up. After chewing out the trainees, Veronica turns on her heel and stomps off. The argument that seemed like it was about to go up in flames just fizzled out into thin air. Maybe it must be my lucky day. I dodged a bullet there. Lounging comfortably in the shade, the distant sound of Veronica's stern words fades into the background. How does this feel like a vacation again? Perfect for a nap. For real, where's the recon team? They're not contacting us. They're like, where are you? At some point, one of the little troublemakers has done a runner and snuck back in. The tiny cub keeps nudging its fluffy head against your hand, dropping a not so subtle... Oop, I bumped into the mic. Dropping a not so subtle hint for attention. Alright. Get a pat. Look at you sneaking back here. Glancing nervously toward Veronica, the stern instructor shoots daggers at you, a silent order to get the cub back to training. You lift the fuzzy cub, give a little wave to Veronica, then shamelessly plop it right back in your lap and start scratching its fluffy belly fur. It's fine. We'll have a little play. It won't mess with the training. Take a break now, and I'll personally catch up with you later. Or catch you up later. You gotta go back soon. Your master instructor's waiting. I want to try and get on our good side, so I show her some respect, so I feel like going with the second option. That is what I picked, right? Yeah. Pretty soon, one runaway after another show up until you're surrounded by fuzzy lying cubs, all melting into puddles of fluff from the expert petting technique. Surrounded by cats. Cute. As the cubs get bigger and heavier by the day, this vacation-like existence just drifts on. The days and nights all blur together, and before long, several heavy downpours have come and gone. How? And this is okay for us to just be down here by ourselves like this? On a peaceful afternoon, the cubs who've played hooky from their lessons are up to their usual antics, treating you like a jungle gym and getting into all sorts of mischief. The boldest little troublemaker in the house has staked its claim to the top of the heap, perched on your head like it owns the place. Veronica comes back to the Pride after finishing her lesson, carrying the one cub who's actually put her nose to the grindstone. The little one is the Pride Queen's only surviving daughter from this year's litters. Unlike your other rescues, who are a bit on the fragile side, this one is in robust health, and even though she's just a little thing, she already has her mother's calm demeanor and sharp wits. Hey there, can I give you a pet? As you reach for the precocious cub, the little lioness lets out a loud hiss, puffing up like a fluff ball of pure indignation before bolting away with a quickness that is something to behold. Not a fan of being petted, I see. Veronica, how about you give them a little playtime? Cubs at this age are basically little whirlwinds of energy. Even a drill sergeant would have a tough time keeping up with them.
私の担当は特訓だ。遊び相手の担当はお前だ。
Fair enough. Veronica backs away, her tail retreating as if in disgust, while she taps the ground with a bored look on her face. You could at least lend a hand. Why am I the one stuck with cub duty? With a gentle nudge to the cub's plump little behind, you steer the cub toward Veronica's tail. The swishing appendage is like a moth to a flame for the little one. Sturdy little paws come out as the cub pounces forward. Veronica shoots a piercing glare that could curdle milk, fixing you with an irritated look. She's got the culprit behind this whole mess red-handed. Veronica's flicking tail is an instant hit with the cubs. Like a cat playing with a ball of yarn, she keeps her eyes closed, still as a statue, while her tail sends the little ones scrambling across the field with excited yowls. Then, with a casual flick of her wrist, she scoops up the very female cub that had turned up her nose at your touch. Right under your nose, Veronica takes her sweet time, methodically grooming the little one from head to toe. Or tail. She's really rubbing it in. She's really rubbing it in. After another light shower, the acacia trees have new soft branches. You wave a few into a green laurel and look over. The cubs, taking a breather from their special training, are chugging their daily nutritional supplement with loud gulps. How many of these do we have in our supply kit? The vain male lion from the Pride comes strutting over too. For the sake of that sweet baby formula, he has learned to butter you up all on his own, becoming a fierce warrior on command. Here. Under Veronica's questioning gaze, you offer her the freshly woven laurel. We give laurels to winners. It's for the little ones who keeps losing.
冠は勝者のものだ。ならば当然勝者に渡すべき。さあ皆立て。試合の時間だ。
Under Veronica's watchful eye, the cubs, now thick as thieves from their shed training, reluctantly tear themselves away from their snacks and throw themselves into the Cub Wrestling Championship. With great ceremony, Veronica crowns the winner with a human-woven laurel. Sadly, the little one is at the bottom of the pile. The champion is the Lioness Queen's daughter. All the roughhousing seems to have created a real bond between the cubs. They're as close as can be. Even the little one can now sneak in for feeding time without getting chased away. The vain male lion struts over, gives the laurel on the little lioness's head a once-over, and then turns a longing gaze toward Veronica. The cold mechanical look Veronica gave him is a clear no-go. The lion, crestfallen, slumps nearby and begins scarfing down the cub's food, specially prepared meat, ground to a pulp. Emotional eating, are we? Are you really that pumped out? Reaching out, you start stroking the male lion's messy mane, casually weaving a rough little braid. The lion, vain as ever, shakes his massive head with delight, his new braid swinging back and forth with surprising charm. With a new lease on life, the lion trots to his favorite puddle to admire his reflection. The lioness queen, who is by the water, lazily flicks her tail, saunters over to Veronica and rolls her eyes at the whole silly display. When Veronica sees the lioness roll her eyes, she is a bit taken aback. She leans in to check if there's something wrong with the lioness's eyes, like maybe the socket is out of whack. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with her eyes.
心配なんてしてないぞ。
Fine, fine. You weren't worried, and you don't care either. Veronica's temper flares, and she shoots you an irritated look. It's nothing compared to the murderous glare she'd given you before. This is just a bit of a tiff. Come on, admit it. You've already got a soft spot for them. I do like them, and so do you, don't you? Veronica doesn't answer, instead looking off into the distance at the frolicking lion cubs. The mechanical girl and the human are right at home among the pride, as if they've been there all along. The humans have taken the oddball cub and its peculiar guardians under their wing. Uh-oh. Several gunshots break the peaceful quiet of the savannah. The days of calm haven't lulled them into a false sense of security. The second the gunshots ring out, they dive behind a rocky outcrop, their hand already on their weapon. Veronica, watch out! What's going on? Veronica swoops down from above, hovering over an acacia tree, her gaze fixed on the direction of the gunfire. Her expression is dead serious.
人間だ。人間どもの銃声だ。
Veronica's memory data is suddenly flooded with the memory of that skinned lioness from the day they found the cub. It's hunting time for the pride, and the cubs are along for the ride, getting their first taste of the hunt. Luckily, they aren't too far off. Veronica and you exchange a look that says it all and take off like a shot toward the sound of the guns. Halfway there, you run smack into the little one and the lioness cub, wailing their little hearts out. You kneel down just in time for the cubs to barrel straight into your arms. The little one's fur is on end and is shaking like a leaf, instinctively seeking comfort and a safe harbor. Looks like something bad really did happen. With her jaw set, Veronica bolts toward the pride's hunting grounds. The pride has a whole convoy of wanderers surrounding it. The air is thick with the roar of lions and the crackle of gunfire as the wanderers work together like a well-oiled machine, laying down covering fire for each other. The moment Veronica and you show up, the lioness queen, who had been holding her own, suddenly goes off the deep end. She lets out an angry roar at you two through the gunfire, trying to warn you off and get you out of harm's way. In the blink of an eye, a bullet grazes your cheek. The lioness queen loses it, letting out a ferocious roar and charging with all her might at the vehicle that fires the shot. The wanderer's defenses go belly up in an instant, and a hail of bullets flies straight for the lioness. Hold your horses!
おい撃つな誰か人がいるぞ撃つな誰かがいる誤射してしまう
The wanderers all hold their fire. Taking this chance, you give them a once-over and see that their firepower is nothing to write home about. This isn't some fly-by-night crew of young bucks. This squad has a mix of elderly people, women, and kids. They even have wounded folks they're taking care of in their vehicles. They seem like a tight-knit bunch, holding each other up in this apocalypse and watching each other's backs.
申し訳ない怪我はありませんかこのチームのリーダーのサバナですあなたはなぜここに
As she takes a step forward, a lance comes out of nowhere, flies right by the tip of her foot and sticks deep into the ground.
死ぬ間際に名前を知る必要はない。この変な人間としばらく一緒に過ごしたせいで、お前らがどれほど醜い存在か忘れかけていた。
Well, I'm not weird.
何待ってやめて
Veronica lunges forward, rips the lance out of the ground, and grabs Sawani by the throat with her free hand. Veronica, stop! Hold on, Veronica! The mechanical girl's steely gaze meets yours, cold as ice.
どうしたやはりこいつらをかばうのか
The pride of lions lets out low rumbles while the wary wanderers grip their weapons tighter.
人間はお前の同胞なのだろライオンたちにどれほど優しく接していてもいざ人間がライオンたちと敵対すればお前は安易に人間側につく
Whoa, let's just take it easy here. You let out a weary sigh. We're all trying to survive. There's no pecking order here.
それだけかお前は人間の命がライオンより貴重だと思い人間をかばおうとしているのだろうそれとも人間が動物を狩ることは正義だとでも言いたいのか力で押しつぶすのがお前たちの正義じゃないのか
Veronica tightens her grip and the breathless Sawani claws desperately at the mechanical girl's fingers, gasping for air.
ちょうどいい暴力なら私の最も得意な分野だ
Let her go! Your blood runs cold. Under your steely glare, Veronica lets out a cynical laugh and loosens her grip as you'd asked, only to slam Sawani to the ground with a sickening thud.
やはり人間の味方かいいだろうあの子たちは私が守る
Veronica! It's natural to be angry when what you love is killed. I get it. Veronica snorts. Her eyes harden and the tip of her lance trembles in her hand, ready to strike at a moment's notice. But they're hunting for food like how we hunted porcupines. Back then, you weren't spouting off about fairness and the gospel truth, were you?
あの時私たちに選択の余地はなかった
And you think they have a choice now?
ちょっと待って、何か誤解してない？私たちがライオンの群れを襲ったんじゃないわよ。確かに食料は必要だけど、それなら草食動物、例えばヌーやインパラを狙うわ。最悪でも単独行動のヒョウとかね。ライオンの群れをターゲットにしたりしないわよ。誰が好き好んでライオンのプライドに喧嘩を売るのよ。命がいくつあっても足りないわ。
What happened then?
私たち仕方なくライオンの縄張りを通るしかなかったの。多分それが狩りの邪魔になって襲われたんだと思う。自衛のためじゃなければ絶対に銃なんて使わない。弾薬だって限りがあるもの。これから先どんな危険が待っているかもわからないのに。
ライオンを攻撃しないかそれだったらお前のそのマントはどう説明する
Sawani is wearing a newly tanned, noticeably rough-looking leather coat, or cloak.
それはライオンの皮で作られたものだろうが
That's jumping to conclusions. Facing Veronica's accusation, Sawani's brow furrows, clearly troubled but keeping her cool.
その通りよ。でも
ライオンを襲ったことはない嘘だな
違うんだ。あの時あのメスライオンはもう助からない状態だったんだ。
ということはお前たちの仕業ってことか
話を最後まで聞いてくれない？少し前にライオンとバッファローが争ってる場面に遭遇した。その時一頭のメスライオンが重傷を負って群れからも見捨てられたの。腹が貫かれててもう生きられる状態じゃなかった。だからせめてこれ以上苦しまないように楽にしてあげたのよ。どうせ死ぬなら少しでも苦しまない方がいいんじゃない？
そばにはハイエナの群れもいた。俺たちが手を下さなくてももっとむごい死に方をしていたはずだ。
だからそれから皮を剥ぎ肉を切り取ったと
ねえ機械のお嬢さん、私たちは飢えてるし夜は寒い。車には小さな子供も病気の老人も乗ってる。みんな生きるために必死なの。そこに物資があったの、目の前に。
Yeah, gotta do what you gotta do to survive.
物資命だ誰がお前らにそんな資格を与えた 私欲のために奪っていい命なんてどこにも存在しない。
Sorry. Her talking like that just reminds me of those freaking like those like vegans or vegetarians whenever they see like a video of someone eating meat. Sorry. That's enough, Veronica. Nobody here is just taking whatever they want on a whim. There's no shame in trying to survive. Veronica whips around, shooting you a look that's both furious and disappointing. Even if you've seen the worst of humanity, judging people you don't even know is just plain wrong.
黙れ。たかが数日の慣れ合いで私の思考を左右できるとでも思ったのか。
Well, no, but I can't tell you what you think, and I wouldn't even try.
だったら邪魔をするな。
Okay. I just don't think the Veronica I know would throw all logic out the window just to blow off some steam. And I think you're justice because you know what's right. Justice, fairness, truth. They're all just ideas, things you can't touch or see. But for Veronica, living by them has always been her North Star. Veronica, you're the one who calls the shots. But if fighting to stay alive is a sin, then you and I, the Lions, every life here, we're all guilty. The cold lance head presses against your neck again.
黙れ。
I believe in you, Veronica. Brings out, sir, there must be a misunderstanding. You brought me the food that my food eats. We're in this together because we see eye to eye. I know I haven't put my faith in the wrong person.
仲間。
Comrades. Veronica snorts, glaring at you, who have been her traveling companion for days. Now you've turned your back on her, siding with the ghosts of her past.
私は決して人間の仲間にはならない。人間が私に与えた痛みと罪は絶対に許さない。
Before her stands a group of humans, united against her, their eyes full of suspicion and disgust. Behind her is nothing but a vast, empty expanse, a place free from human laws where restless lions roam, their unease unspoken, its history repeating itself. The world never changes, but the savannah stretches on forever, and this isn't the only place to lay her head. The lone dragon rider spreads her wings and takes to the sky, leaving the herd behind. It's only after Veronica's silhouette disappears over the horizon that Sewani walks up, rubbing the back of her neck.
あなた肝が据わってる。あんなに凶暴な相手に一突きで首を貫かれたらどうするつもり？
She would have made a pretty big enemy. Babylonia would have gone after her. She wouldn't have.
彼女のことを信じてるのね。
I just knew my armor would activate in time to shield me. So, power armor really that powerful?
ああ、強者ってわけね。失敬失敬。
You're a total badass? My bad. I have to apologize to you, Commandant. I wasn't aware of your game. You let out a wry smile. Just kidding. There's no way I could get my armor on that fast. I really do trust her. I'm Museveni, Commandant of the Grey Raven Squad from Babylonia. What brings you out here?
空中庭園の人？通りで。私たちの保全エリアはずっと前に崩壊したの。生き残ったもので物資をかき集めてあちこち放浪してる。他の保全エリアにも行ってみたけど運が悪かったのかな。新しい安住の地が次々と最悪に飲まれたの。初隊の人数もどんどん増えて、車も1台から3台に増えて、今では8台で動く大所帯。まさに流浪者一家って感じね。この草原に来たのは最近。そういえばどうしてあなたはここに？もしかして空中庭園はここに保全エリアを作るの？ここを奪還するの？
No, I'm just here on a mission.
そう。
Don't you worry. Even if we're not setting up a conservation area here, I can still point you in the right direction. You pull up a map and show Sawani the route to the nearest conservation area. You should head there. The kids and elderly in your group need a stable place to call home.
ありがとう。よかった。まだ行ける場所があるってだけでも救いよ。
Sawani breathes a sigh of relief, her smile a little bittersweet. And what's wrong? Is there a problem?
ただちょっと寂しいだけ。ここは私の祖父母が暮らしてた場所なの。自然保護区の研究員をしてた。私の名前も祖父母の言語では草原っていう意味なのよ。
I see.
小さい頃からこの草原の話を聞いて育ったの。動物や植物の話をたくさん聞いたわ。だからこそここに来れば新しいチャンスを見つけられるかもしれないと思った。
Live among the animals.
ここは私が想像してたよりずっと美しかった。ここにいるとまるで祖父母と両親と一緒にいるみたいな気がする。
You'll get a chance to come back someday. Sawani shakes her head, a solemn look on her face.
実はここの様子がおかしいの。動物たちの移動時期がどうも変よ。雨季もまだ終わってないのに草原の動物がほとんど姿を消してる。例えばライオンの群れだ。若いオスライオンが1頭しかいないし、リーダーはメスが担っている。若いオスライオンが縄張りを奪ってもおかしくないのに全然現れない。多分群れの構成が崩れて慌てて移動し始めたのね。近くの狩り場にいた群れもみんな逃げてるから今は安全に見えるだけ。本当はみんな逃げたのよ。
The storm from that rainy night thunders in your ears all over again. You did feel like something was off before. Finding 3 or 4 lion prides in such a small area to elevate for the cub to evaluate for the cub went against the grain of natural behavior, even during migration season. No wonder I had a gut feeling something was strange earlier. But with an Earth already beaten to a pulp by the punishing virus, it's a whole other ballgame. How can you even tell if the laws of nature still have a leg to stand on in these god-forsaken lands? Looking at the lion cub you snatched from the jaws of death on that rainy night, you take out a tracking device and slip it around its neck.
大自然の子供たちは危険に対して誰よりも敏感よ。もしかすると間もなくここの平和に終わりが訪れるのかもしれない。指揮官さんも早くここを離れた方がいいかも。
Out of here? As if I have a place to go. The acacia trees rustle in the wind as a solitary horn blows, a clear sign to get a move on. Once more, the caravan of wanderers hits the road. The lions, for their part, scatter into small groups and go back to their own business. You trail the lioness queen to one of her pride's usual wildebeest hunting spots, and the second she lets out a soft roar, you feel the hair on the back of your neck prickle up. Someone's watching. High up on the cliff, Veronica stands by herself, keeping a close eye on the human who has barged into this neck of the woods. When she hears your footsteps, Veronica doesn't so much as bat an eye. Thank you.
何についてだ?
Thank you for giving me a moment of your time earlier. Thank you for cutting us a break. Moment of your time.
ただ裁く理由が見つからなかっただけだ。今は無実でもこの先も無実かどうかはわからない。人間は信用できない劣悪な存在だ。
I'm also human. The cub could have met a hunter or a healer. You stand behind Veronica, all your eyes fixed on the savannah where the wild and the serene live side by side. Below you, a pride of lions hunts like a well-oiled machine. The same lioness who once let you share the shade of an acacia tree now has her teeth buried in a wildebeest's neck, its blood staining the emerald grass. Humans are a mixed bag, with a few rotten apples and a whole lot of good ones. You've had a brush with the worst of us, but you must have crossed paths with some decent folks, haven't you? You can't paint all of humanity with the same brush, Veronica.
人間は底なしの沼みたいに欲望を貪る。生きるため以上のものを無限に求め続ける。 たとえあの流浪者たちが今は無実で、たとえお前が善良でも、人間の本質は変わらない。お前たちは食物連鎖の頂点に立つことを当然とし、挑戦や反逆を決して許さない生き物だ。
She's spitting. I'm not. Me standing there, he's like, you know what? You're right.
私は機械体を動物、人間もただの動物とみなす場所から逃げ出した。そこはコロシアムと呼ばれていたが、ただの獣の檻だった。だから私は動物の目に映る世界を知っている。コライオンにとって人間は気まぐれな神のような存在。目の前の人間は慈しむ神か蹂躙する悪魔か。そんな時に頼れるのは運だけ。ただ祈るしかない。同じ世界に生きる動物も人間も滅びの中でもがいている。だが未来を決めるのはいつも人間の意志と価値観だ。
How do you argue against that?
自然界の狩りは生存競争だ。誰が死んでもそれは運命なのに、人間だけが道徳の高みから物を言う。正義の名で他者を裁く。
Like, she's not wrong.
なぜ動物は人間と同じ神の座に立つことが許されないのか。なぜ人間は動物が定めた基準を尊重せず認めようともしない。
Don't apologize, go home. Yeah, I was like, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna get out of your hair. You're not just talking about animals, are you? Or you're not just talking about animals, are you?
私はただ皆と同じ高さに立ちたいだけだ。この世界のルールを作り未来を決める側に。ある時は愛されるペットとして、ある時は非常時に殺される餌としてではなく。だが人間がそんな権力を機械生命に渡すだろうか。私だって人間にそんな力を渡そうとは思わない。だから私たちは敵になるしかない。
I would like to introduce you to Hanying, Nanami, and Hyakmao. And Xavier. Veronica isn't the only mechanoid you've met. You can't imagine you being enemies. It's a little extreme, Veronica. We don't have to be enemies.
そうか。だが究極の選択を迫られたら、私は同胞を守るために迷わず人間を犠牲にする。違うな。より正確には、私は自らを含む全てを犠牲にできる。お前は？同じ状況なら、お前は何を犠牲にする？
I'll do whatever it takes to protect my own kind. I'll do whatever it takes to do what's right. I'll do what's right.
全てをかけてか。少なくとも信じられないような綺麗事を言わなかったのは評価できる。
What if she says something different if you chose to protect your kind? Sneeze. Excuse me.
だから私はもう決めている。取り返しのつかない瞬間が来たら、私たちは敵対する。
Thank you. Veronica's voice is a punch to the gut. If I could, I wouldn't want you to see the world like that.
ほう。努力するのはお前の自由だが、しかしこの世界とは事実こういうものだ。
Compared to the sharp edge she had when they first met, Veronica's voice isn't cold anymore. Yet her quiet certainty is another kind of wall. She has no hope left for this world. It's not so much as irritation or anger in her voice this time. It's just like it just makes it sound like she's just completely given up. Like there's no stopping it. It's like that's the fate. That's endgame. Can't change it. That's how it is. Blowing wind. Ooh. This one's gonna be a treat. The Lion Pride continues his migration without skipping a beat, reaching a new resting place after 2 days of travel. The afternoon sun beats down on the earth as he does against a male lion. Only the cubs still have the energy to pounce around, treating the dragon rider's tail as a worthy opponent in their hunting games. Fed up with the harassment, Veronica gets up to leave, but the persistent little slow learner sticks to her like glue, determined to continue its epic battle with her infuriating tail. Veronica turns around and gives the annoying cub a dangerous look, then suddenly flaps her wings with force. The powerful gust sends the little lion tumbling head over heels. Just then, the tenacious little cub shakes it off and makes a beeline for Veronica again, only to get tossed head over heels by another strong gust. By the time you finally wake up to all the ruckus, the cubs are already lined up, chomping at the bit for their turn to be flipped over by Veronica's little breezes, squealing with pure delight. The lionesses, for their part, want no part of this whole spectacle. They're just chilling in small groups behind their cubs, soaking up the rare, refreshing wind. The whole family's here. Wait. You're just about to ask where the big social male lion has disappeared to when you glance over and find the vainest creature in the pride sulking right by your side. His mane is an absolute hot mess, sticking out in every direction, and his stylish little braid is completely lost somewhere in the tangled mess. The second the cubs realize you, the walking treat dispenser, are awake, they descend on you like a pack of wolves, rubbing their heads and faces against you from every angle, all but demanding their daily snack. Veronica folds her wings and sits down next to the lioness queen. Though the sun isn't as harsh anymore, she still shields her eyes from the glare with her hand. The sunlight streams through her fingers, spilling onto her perpetually icy face. Right behind her, two cubs are sprawled across you, play fighting with little nips and squeaky grunts like two amateur boxers squaring off. Dang, Veronica looks super cute.
Nukumori.
Huh? What is it? Even though you're currently being used as a jungle gym by the cubs, you still catch Veronica's whispered word. Veronica just gives you that classic look of hers that says she's not having it. She casually tosses another stray cub into the human's arms. Aww. Hey, it's you. Turns out the cub she just foisted on you is the most watchful and alert of the bunch. This little lion who inherited his mother's royal demeanor has never let you pet it before, not even once, so you can't help but give its head a hearty rub. Feels nice, doesn't it? I must be going soft. Can't believe I actually overslept. A sudden breeze suddenly sweeps across the savannah. It weaves through Veronica's fingers and lifts the tips of her hair. She tilts her head, a puzzled expression on her face. For the first time, she finds herself content with this all too familiar daily scene. Is this nice? The weather is no different than any other day, so what's making everything feel so pleasant? What on earth could it be? Veronica slowly closes her eyes, focusing only on the feeling of the wind on her bionic skin. What's the difference between this breeze and the gust of air from beating wings? The wind carries the scent of fresh vegetation and the damp earth after a recent rain. She's smelled these before, but somehow it's like she's experiencing their vibrant presence for the very first time. Looks like it's going to rain. Veronica turns to the human who spoke. They share familiar facial structures and limb structures. It's not just her. Many mechanical beings have frames remarkably similar to the human form. That's what I'm freaking saying! It comes full circle! I'm sorry, but I have to fucking, really fucking point this out, man. People constantly bitching about Veronica looking more human. It's like, as if she wasn't already looking human enough with her boss design. Having a human frame, body frame, human face, freaking booba, like a human woman would have. Christ almighty. People genuinely are upset because she's showing off an extra 20% of skin on this design. God forbid, those people will not survive going to a fucking beach. People will see a woman in a bikini and be like, ew, gooner material. Fuck's sake. The point is, despite humans being all flesh and blood and bone and organs and whatnot, and then mechanical beings like her, Hanying, Nanami being all metal and circuitry and all that stuff. Internally, yes, they are different. Physically, internally, they are different. But but on the surface, we look alike, right? We're all, and other similarities too, we're all just trying to survive. We fight to survive. Like, holy shit. A strange sadness washes over her. Veronica?
これがお前たちが見てきた世界なんだな。騙された私の機械同胞もこんな視点をお前らと共感していたのか。
They do. Hanying, Nanami. They do.
まったく上書きされやすい判断基準だ。
Going outside is scary. Never. Then what does the world look like through yours? The agony of the arena, the grimness of Aerospace City, the relentless torment, and a familiar ache.
お前には関係ない。
And that's the thing too, Aerospace City. You know who was the entire culprit behind all that? The Emperor. Guess who the Emperor is? A mechanoid being, like you. Yes, humans can be terrible, but humans can also be good. There you go, girl. Just as you expected, Veronica keeps her cards close to her chest. It's not a letdown. Do you know what the world was like when humans were at their peak? We were once part of a complex, interwoven tapestry. And within that tapestry, you were woven in it too. Veronica shoots a skeptical glance, raising an eyebrow.
それで
Penicillin, super rice. The world always cares for humans. The Epirus Savannah Recovery Project is a real blast from the past, trying to pick up where research left off before the Golden Age came to an end. Humanity's golden era of brilliance was full of stories, just like this one. During long experiments to find a cure for serious human illnesses, a formula that was a total bust got tossed in the trash, but it ended up being a miracle cure for deadly cat diseases. The humble, sweet wormwood, which had been sitting in livestock troughs for years, was secretly holding the key to curing humanity's oldest fever-causing disease, malaria.
そんな話と機械生命がどう関係するんだ
Are you not a life form? You may not be biological, you are mechanical, but you're still a life form. Right? Life forms can be applied to beings like her, right? She is living, in a sense. She has a life, in a sense. That web of interdependence and lucky breaks never included mechanical beings. From the moment they came into the world, they were thrown headfirst into an alien world already ruled by another species.
その依存や助け合いに私たちは最初から含まれない
You really think so? Did you know that humans call water the source of all life? Veronica gives you a baffled look. As the original cradle of life on Earth, water is seen as the foundation for everything. It's in everything, nourishing all living beings on this planet. Way back when, maybe on a day just like today, a human saw a kettle lid rattling from the steam. Water droplets dancing with flame, the searching eyes of humanity within the billowing steam upon history's golden thread. A butterfly floats gently down. With a gentle flutter of its wings, a new era began. Thus the steam engine, the machines, and your kind. A miraculous new kind of life.
人間が作った存在だから機械生命の起源も水が潤してきたものだからかだから人間と機械の間にある憎しみも水に流すべきだというのか
No. Her rising anger is a tidal wave, but it meets a gaze so calm, so earnest, it completely washes over her. The bad blood isn't the only thing we shouldn't turn a blind eye to. The things under microscopes, the calculations humming inside computers, the sounds of tractors working the fields, the rumbling trains crossing continents, the metal space stations sailing through the heavens. Before mechanoids even truly came to life, humans and machines had already moved mountains together. No, Veronica. What I'm trying to say is connection.
つながり
She repeats, the sneer gone from her face.
それがなんだそれで何が変わる
The human simply smiles, running a hand gently through the grass. According to the research here, every step we take is on the top of hundreds of miles of mycelial networks.
菌類ネットワーク
Okay, new word to look up. Mycelial. Mycelial network. Vast underground web of fungal threads or hyphae that connects plants and trees, often called the Wood Wide Web. Wood Wide Web, not World Wide Web. Ah. Mushroom network. Okay. Because I know... Okay, that makes sense. Because, like... It's not... Then, would it be mycelial? Because I know the word mycologist or whatever. Whatever. What a network, huh? It's really something else. Though, or through it, plants warn others about pests, and dead wood sends its nutrients to distant neighbors. In dry seasons, moisture is passed from trees to sprouts. Veronica blinks slowly. The human's words are starting to sink in, but she still feels like she's looking at the world through a fog. Behind them, a tiny cub nestles into the lioness queen's embrace, while unrelated cubs snuggle together in a tight, cozy clump. The male with a wild mane lies stretched out lazily next to the human, as if the one who had once pointed guns at them isn't even the same species.
違う。
That day, yes, humans raised guns against the pride, but there was also the humans the lioness laid down with her life to protect, and Veronica, without even realizing it, is among them. Out on the wide open plains, she can almost feel a gentle presence reaching out, trying to pull her in. But she knows there's more to the story. Of course, these fungi that make the networks have been a real pain for humans too.
ただお前たちが厄介だと思っただけで、金はただただ普通に生きているだけかもしれない。
The human can't help but let out a laugh, nodding in full agreement with the mechanical girl's blunt take. Back then, nobody could have seen it coming. The incredible surprises that were in store for us.
その言い方だと、人間はすでにそのサプライズを受け取ったんだな。
Inspired by fungi, humans developed immunosuppressants, which laid the groundwork for organ transplants, cybernetic enhancements, and even, to a certain extent, the very beginnings of construct tech. Those insights still help us fight, say, the punishing virus. Oh. Back-to-back bangers? Crossing eternity's now endless path? Stop. Time marches on, and there's no telling which quiet, unassuming sapling will be the one to dig its roots in and save a crumbling levee. A true last-ditch effort for survival. The world was never so black and white, a closed system that could only handle extremes. It's not just a matter of weighing the good against the bad. It's a reality we have to face. We've always been a part of a complex, ever-changing web. You can never tell what vast, intricate connections are hiding behind each seemingly isolated point. Just banger lines, one after another, bro. I gotta screen cap that. That's good. Hang on, my freaking screen cap thing is being finicky again. God damn it. There we go. Veronica, who could have ever guessed? Beyond the unknown, everything is tightly woven together.
それで、だから何?
The mechanical girl keeps her head down, digging in her heels and refusing to let that faint torchlight cut through the many layers obscuring her mind. Even with your eyes closed, retreating into darkness, you can't help but feel the warmth when you're close to the light. Ooh, that's good. God, that's good. Veronica, this is a world that's already been torn to shreds. That invisible connection is what's holding us together. Veronica casts her eyes downward, a look of sadness washing over her face. She's seen proof of this force everywhere, but she's never managed to hold on to that kind of warmth for long. We're never meant to be alone, but to be part of a whole, a thread in the tapestry of this world. Gorgeous. A breeze dances through the branches of shrubs, skips across the water, tickles the nose of a leopard, ruffles a lion's mane, and finally becomes this gentle touch in Veronica's hair before chasing the unknown horizon. Veronica, this world is vast and beautiful, with everything tied together. If there were only one species to experience it all, that would be terribly lonely, wouldn't it? Something in her, something that has been built up and fortified for so long, begins to crack.
結局それも人間が支配と管理を正当化するための口実ではないのか?
She's really trying to fight it. Hard to argue with that. But there's more to it than just that, don't you think? For example, do you know what kind of tech your visual modules use?
そんなもの知るわけがないだろう。多機能センサーの類か。
Multifunctional sensors? Yes. It was the research into this technology that let humans touch the mysteries of the spectrum beyond the limits of natural vision. What about your combat armor? The way it just chose that. That's funny. Veronica's lips are sealed. She sees right through the human's game. But the human doesn't need her to say a word. Your battle gear is practically bulletproof, built to handle the nastiest conditions out there. This incredible toughness comes from humanity's need to push boundaries, to hunt for answers buried in the dead of winter or deep in a volcano's molten core. Your sharp instincts can pick up on wind speed and direction changes better than any direction changes better than any human. That's because through endless days and nights, humanity never stopped talking about nature, with rain and storms, mountains and rivers, until we could crack all their codes. Every single one of these functions you take for granted has humanity's priceless curiosity baked right into it.
だから創造主に感謝するように人間に感謝しろとでも
The human just gently shakes her head. No, but you only ever use these senses to fight. The wind, the field, they were intended for this beauty.
そうだとしてその力を最も歪めたのもお前ら人間だ。欲望と支配のために
You're not wrong. Machines were made by humans to control, but also connect with the world. The longer we stick around, the more we feel lonely.
孤独
What am I looking at here? It looks like someone's closed eye, but that's a feeling mechanical life has never wrapped its head around. Yeah, lonely. It's the desperate ache for a companion who really gets you. Oh, it's a statue. Humans have spent ages poring over animals, digging into plants, and wondering if there was anyone out there in the cosmos we could talk to. We even had a wild thought. What if machines could have their own minds and feelings? When you look at the emerald leaves of acacia trees dancing in the wind, or a couple of lion cubs tumbling over each other, you see a world full of creatures living together. But only she and the humans standing there are so much alike. Why did humans take their hopes and dreams and put a human face on them?
よりによって人の形だなんて傲慢な話だな。
Feels like we're trying to convince all the Veronica design haters. The humans who gave you a human likeness might have had a big head about it, but they were also just plain lonely. For the longest time, we've been dying for another species just like us, one that could see the world through our eyes. Think about all the ghosts and ghouls and old stories, the talking animals and furniture and fairy tales, even the sun and moon with their almost human faces. Praise the sun. Long before mechanoids came along, humans were already inventing buddies to keep the emptiness at bay, until something real finally showed up.
だが私たちが誕生した時にお前らは恐れ、怯え、嫌悪を感じたはずだ。これこそお前ら人間が言う偽善なのではないか？
Yes, Veronica. It's just human nature to mess up sometimes, and we don't always get what makes us tick.
誰だっていつも正しいことばかりできるわけじゃない。
A flood of painful memories washes over Veronica, and for once she finds herself nodding along with the human. Look, some things are just bound to go south, but that's what we've always been up against. We've built up order and institutions to push back against the chaos. We've developed morality and reason to fight off the greed and short-sightedness in our own hearts. Even when everything seems to be falling apart, we're always building something new. You've got a much clearer read on things than we ever could. Just take a look around before you make up your mind about our world. Or us. Oh, beautiful illustration. That's gorgeous. Maybe you can become the ideal we've always reached for. We've looked for that ideal in our gods, our saints, and out among the stars. Now we're looking for it in you. A new kind of life we've made with our own hands. We don't have to be enemies. We could be kindred spirits. Veronica doesn't say a word, her eyes fixed on the horizon. But even in her silence, you can feel the storm brewing inside her.
わからない。
Huh?
この世界やお前らのことなんて理解したくもない。好きになれた試しがないから。
You could try.
つながり。そんなものは今まで感じたことがなかった。
Not too late to start. The human stoops down, scooping up the tiny creature next to them and holding it close to Veronica's face. Why not give it another shot? Why don't you give them names? That's where it all begins, after all. The cub's dewy eyes meet the mechanical girl's unblinking, inorganic gaze. Let's start with this one. What do you want to call it?
別に何でもいいだろう。
Okay, how about this? What do you hope for it? What's your wish for its future?
生存だ。この草原で生き延びてほしい。
How about Epirus? It's got the same roots as the name of this savannah. Veronica stays silent, but the lioness lying on the ground stretches out with a graceful elegance and lets out a roar as if she's in total agreement. What about her? What about her then? Our hero mother. Veronica usually prefers just chilling with the lioness over those little troublemakers.
彼女は自分の群れを守ってきた立派な守護者だ。
Just like what you've been doing? Your name means victory and strength, so she'll be wisdom and majesty. How about Hermione? It sounds like a name fit for a queen. Veronica doesn't object, simply picking up the cub nestled beside her. This is Hermione's only daughter to survive the breeding season, clever and brave to a fault. The little fluffy creature, who only gets petted because Veronica has intentionally let her guard down, lets out a tiny roar in her hands.
この子はこの草原で最も強い戦士になる。そんな名前がふさわしい。
Matilda.
Matilde.
Matilda. Well, in English it's Matilda, because of the spelling. And Matilda is Japanese pronunciation. But yeah. Just then, the pride's only adolescent male flops down beside the human, strutting his stuff and showing off his mane. Would you like a name too?
ナルシスト変神。
Fancy
決まりだ。
name. Great name. Before anyone can object, Veronica has already turned and walked away, leaving no room for argument. Did you want to feel connected? Are you sure you want that connection to be a thing with a name like Fancy Mane? Hey, you just can't stand the little braids I did for him, can you? Even Veronica's retreating silhouette screams total indifference. Veronica, where are you going?
見回りだ。
You throw caution to the wind, getting up to follow her.
あの子もだいぶ慣れてきた。群れの移動ルートに危険がないのを確認したら、私はここを離れる。自分の任務に戻る。
Oh, whoops, I thought she was done talking. That's fine.
なぜついてくる？
You're not the only one who needs some peace and quiet. Sometimes I need to get away from those wild little ones too. Gameplay in my affection story? Just kidding. Talk. Perhaps because she's just begun seeing the world from a new perspective, Veronica walks slowly and carefully. She's curious about everything around her, but her patrol duty keeps her from stopping to look. Want to lie down and soak up some sun? Such good weather, it would be a shame to waste it. I don't know much about mechanical life, but solar power should be the most convenient energy source for you. But a little sunlight works as a recharge too. Sunbathing is like afternoon tea, isn't it? Go enjoy the sun on your own. Here, little ones won't bother you. Or here, they won't bother you. Veronica stands off to the side looking stiff. Relax. The way you're sitting looks like you just crashed.
生理的にシャットダウンさせるのは簡単だって知ってるよな。いつもおしゃべりなのか？
Ooh. Your silence is comforting. Maybe your silence makes it easier for others to speak.
これもつながりか？
What do you think? The mechanical life form frowns and looks away. What is it this time?
ここの草の色は
What's wrong?
さっきと違う。変だ。
Sorry. I saw this landscape and for a second I wanted to make a joke. I was about to say something like, why does this place look like Britain? Execute scan. Everything looks normal. Rainfall and sunlight vary between regions, so changes in grass color are normal. Wait. Normally plants reflect the environment around them. Is this grassland really normal? Could the color changes Veronica mentioned the sign of something else? Be a sign of something else? The Wanderer's warning still echoes vividly. Strange animal migrations, shifting grass, and piercing insect cries. They all sound like ominous omens at this moment. The music really matched the vibe change here. Insects? Come to think of it, Veronica, when we first met, were the insects here this loud? Insect's conclusion. Data from the memory module streams through Veronica's mind. Annoying insects buzz around her vision, across her vision, their tiny wings magnified 100-fold in mechanical eyes, faint red lines flickering with every beat. It's playing like...
記憶モジュールのデータによると、ここ数日、虫の鳴き声のデシベルは確かに上がっている。
I think what's happening here with the BGM is that it's playing like my menu, my lobby music. And it doesn't have its own like personal BGM to play for this. Well, imagine it's like a nice peaceful moment, but we hear like the freaking like the beat drop for By My Blade here. Could it be an infestation? A healthy ecosystem keeps pests in check. Something is definitely wrong here.
でもおかしいな。さっきと比べて草の色はまた変わっている。
The changes Veronica mentioned can't be seen by the human eye or basic tools. Veronica, please record the grass color data. Like a clumsy painter's strokes, the green stalks are stained with brown decay, but instead of fading, the color grows sharper, shifting from green to dark red, spreading like an invasion. Veronica has no doubt that soon this grassland, so green to the eye, will be swallowed by vivid crimson.
お前たちの装置ではどう判別するのかわからないが、私の視覚センサーではここの草は赤と緑に見えている。普通とは言えない。
Red?
そうだ。それが
That doesn't sound good. Everything in this world is connected. Veronica, this is nature's warning. It's cry for help. From what we've seen so far, this could be a red tide. We need to scout further to confirm.
それならここで待っていろ。遠くを調べてみる。
Going alone? That's too dangerous. Do you always fight solo like this?
私はいつも一人で行動するのだ。助けなど不要。 それに調査だけならお前を連れて行くのが邪魔だ。原因を早く突き止めないと。そうだろ。
May not be the time to say it, but I did expect that. But seeing how much you care about this really makes me happy.
名付けてやった以上、これらのライオンの世話は私の責任だ。お前もだ。
Oh, well, that's nice.
この間だけだ。
Just for now, though. Oh. Really? I'm honored. It's an honor to be your responsibility.
行くぞ。
Yes. Imagine it's like friggin' D&D. Affection check cleared. The shadow of the dragon's wings sweeps across the grassland and stops over the strange ground. Crimson streams, like a spreading web, are slowly encircling the plain. Veronica, everything all right?
私は
Oh shit.
脆弱殺し合いは痛快だな。
Veronica, is everything okay? How are you holding up? You back up? There's dialogue in the corner.
静かに。私は自分の世話もできないコライオンじゃない。驚くことはない。これでお前
Alright,
ら
now
の
the
罪を
now the
終わらせ
muffled
る。
BGM is gone. Veronica, you're back on the channel? Why did you cut comms?
なぜ通信のことを気にしている。情報ならすぐ持って帰る。
It's not just about intel. I worry about you too. For now, I'm your responsibility and your mind. Veronica, communication
すぐ戻る。
something stays live, I guess.
ここは危険だ。お前は気をつけろ。
The harsh sun tilts westward, its scorching grip starting to loosen. The stifling heat blends into the air, turning into an almost imperceptible tension. Veronica is back in a flash, zipping down at top speed before she comes to a halt in midair.
今すぐこの子たちを連れてここを離れる。
What did you find in there?
赤潮だ。
Oh boy.
四方八方から押し寄せている。
Oh shit.
草原が取り囲まれた。
Even this safe haven isn't secure anymore. Every last bit of moisture seems to have been sucked out of the air. That dry, scratchy feeling in your throat is a heads up from this brutal environment. Or just your nerves getting to you physically?
ヘルミオネ。
When Veronica gets back to the Lion Pride's temporary resting place, she calls out the lioness's name. But the scene that meets their eyes is even worse than they'd imagined. No! The once lush green savanna has now become a sticky mess of rotting stems and mud. Jagged fragments of stone, scarred from unbelievable violence, stick out of the ground like the earth's exposed bones next to the broken veins of soil. Those broken veins are the remains of acacia trees, the very same trees that used to give them a bit of shade from the scorching sun. Epirus? Matilda! The savannah is silent as a tomb. Even the bird song has been swallowed up by fear. The only thing left is an eerie, low moan. A moaning sound. Hyenas. Just like the night they first crossed paths, a murderous look fills Veronica's usually cold, stern eyes. She's instantly transported back to her first encounter with these scavengers. As if history is repeating itself, she remembers pushing aside the tangled grass with her lance and seeing several hyenas gorging themselves on a male lion's carcass. But she doesn't have to chase them away this time. The moment Veronica approaches, her murderous aura is enough to send the hyenas scattering with their tails between their legs. Lying in the mud is a male lion, bald beyond recognition. Veronica stares at it with a blank expression for a long moment before finally turning her gaze to the human beside her. She doesn't want to get a closer look, but she knows she has to. Meeting the human's eyes, finding both concern and reassurance there, she slowly crouches down and reaches for the lion's mane. A strand of mane, seemingly specially braided, falls into her palm. In that moment, her normally unwavering mechanical heart skips a beat. She freezes, refusing to look down and confirm what she already knows in her gut. What's wrong? Watching Veronica's eyes flutter, you rush to her side. Your own heart sinks as you see her shoulders slump. You know all too well what a bad omen feels like. When a clump of mud-caked fur falls into your hand, you can't help but feel a wave of relief, even as a pang of guilt shoots through you. It's just a bit of mane matted with mud, not the small braid you tied yourself. You breathe a sigh of relief, a weight off your chest. But why is there a strange lion here? With a sinking feeling, you realize you're in over your head. You pull up a map on your terminal, trying to pinpoint Epirus's location. Veronica, would you mind getting a bird's eye view for me? Veronica? Silence hangs in the air. Veronica doesn't budge. Veronica, what's wrong? Following Veronica's gaze, you spot a lion cub crawling into view. Close eyes. No, what? The cub drags its broken body. No! Its lower half a bloody, matted mess that resembles a tattered blanket soaked in the metallic stench of blood. A long trail of blood marks its path as it inches toward Veronica. No. Veronica recoils instinctively, her foot sinking into black mud as her heart sinks into a similar mire of despair. That wasn't a blanket. It was the lower half of its body. Matilda. There's no need for a closer look. You know her in an instant. This is Matilda, the sole survivor of Hermione's litter. Matilda, who's always so sharp and quick. You've seen more than your fair share of tragedy, yet your heart still bleeds at the sight. It's okay now, little one. Don't be scared anymore, we're back. You carefully lay the cup down, pulling adrenaline and antibiotics from your first aid kit and slowly injecting them into Matilda's body. Clever Matilda, who would never let anyone get a hand on her fuzzy face, now lays her small head quietly in your palm, letting out a deep, almost human-like sigh. As if all life's energy had been drained away, the cub goes limp in your arms. Rest now, Matilda. Man, you got me fucked up. You got me fucked up. Ugh. Welcome to PGR. Mechanical girl stands frozen like a common device that has crashed.
こんな小さい体にどうしてこんなにたくさんの血が
She stares blankly at Matilda's broken body. For the most part, her life is a cold, calculated machine. But this creature? This is something she's personally brought up. A strange, soft spot in a life full of battle, bloodshed, and rage. That little cub, which once curled up in her arms, has now become the most familiar sight in her world. Broken, devastated, and tragic.
何か変だこの感覚は何だ
She's seen far worse things in her time, so why does this one feel so alien, yet hit so close to home? Her neural algorithms are working overtime, frantically trying to make sense of the questions swirling inside her metallic body. She can't grasp what she's seeing or feeling, but her mechanical instincts are dutifully trying to find a logical explanation for it all. The logical part, however, is filling Veronica with dread. The harder she tries to put the pieces together, the more she feels some irresistible force trying to unravel her sanity.
何なんだこれは
She looks at you with a gaze that's both mechanical and helpless, racked with a pain she doesn't even understand. It has never been clear that Veronica is a being just like you, a different kind of life capable of experiencing the world. She's a sentient being with real emotions. The idea has always been an abstract concept, but now it's a cold, hard fact. Sadness. Not the first time you've seen that kind of emotion in a mechanical being, but you never thought you'd see it in Veronica. Whether by a cruel twist of fate or a stroke of luck, in this moment, destiny has revealed the existence of love to her through a veil of pain and fear. The ghosts of her past come roaring back, threatening to pull her under. Veronica fights to shake off the feeling of helplessness and gets her feet moving, but the black, sticky muck underfoot hits her like a ton of bricks. It's an oily, muddy substance, a smell that all mechanical beings know like the back of their hand.
これは人間の車に使われるガソリンだ。人間、あの流浪者の連中か。
Veronica declares calmly, a cold certainty in her voice. She gets a handle on herself and strides over to you, giving Matilda's body a quick but thorough once-over. It doesn't take her long to find what she's looking for. A gunshot wound on the cub's mangled hind leg.
孤独、つながりの力。まさか私がそんな。
Yeah, it happened again. This is the same thing that happened in Ideal Cage, where she finally feels a connection with human beings, and then at the very critical moment just feels that betrayal. God damn it. Memories of the arena and Aerospace City flash through her mind.
そんなザレ事を本気で信じよう
What
とした
happened
なんて。
again, man?
一つの種だけが独占する世界は確かに孤独かもしれない。しかし同時にそれは間違いなく痛快であるはずだ。
She holds her lance out in front of her, like a line in the sand.
これがお前が私の手から救った命がもたらした結果だ。破壊と滅びをもたらす命。これがお前が言う一面だけで決めつけてはならない人間の本性だ。そうだ、一面だけで決めつけてはならない。お前が例外だったんだ。あの人間どもは斬首に値する。
Son of a bitch. The baby elephant chained up from birth in a circus. Even after they've grown strong enough to do anything, and they won't actively break free from what holds them back. This fable of the Golden Age, exposing the brutal reality of psychological conditioning. Scattered rocks, broken stems, a barren wasteland, and dead trees collapsed in mud. A hot wind blows through, carrying the unmistakable scent of blood, hinting at more death on the horizon.
あの連中にケリをつける。
Unable to contain her fury any longer, Veronica turns and spreads her wings. Wait. Veronica, humans aren't the only ones who have been here. The ravaged landscape barely shows any human tire tracks. There are too many things that don't add up to believe humans were the ones who did this. The Wanderers couldn't have destroyed this place so quickly. It probably wasn't humans.
人間の仕業じゃない。マチルデの重装は自作自演だとでも。
Just take it easy. Reel it back a bit. Acting on pure emotion right now. Think logically. Matilda's spine has clear trampling injuries which are more consistent with a large animal attack. We can't
もういい。
tell if the gunshot came... Okay.
お前、この後に及んでまだ人間をかばうつもりか。
It's just logic. Just think. Just pause for a moment and think. There are still too many holes in this story. Right now, getting revenge shouldn't be at the top of our list. Veronica, we need to find those missing lanes as soon as we can. The savannah is becoming very dangerous.
もう嘘は聞き飽きた。あいつらこそがお前の同類なんだろう。言い訳ばかりするのもあいつらを助けたいだけだろうが。最初から私とお前たちしかいなかったんだ。私たちは存在しなかった。人間なんて。
The same old wounds drive invisible chains deep into the soul. These chains, known as prejudice, make us run from the facts, choosing instead the cozy comfort of what we already believe, just to scratch an emotional itch. Prejudice, after all, is just us taming our own minds. Ooh. Ooh, that's a good line. Dang. That's a good one. Leaping to conclusions can have irreparable consequences. I get where you're coming from, but finding the truth means we have to keep our heads and play the long game.
真実またいつもの仕方なかったっていう言い訳か。それになぜ私が耐える必要がある。耐えたところでどうせまた傷つけられるだけだ。無駄な慈悲は本来避けられたはずの悲劇を招く。私は正義として自らの手で裁きを下す。
Justice isn't the same as a death sentence. Your pleas for comfort and reason are falling on deaf ears. All that's left is to try and command respect. Even if what you're saying is true and humans are the ones to blame, does it have to be those wanderers? And if I'm not the last human out there, couldn't there be others? Are humans really the ones who use this kind of fuel, these kind of weapons?
何が違う。死ぬべきなのがあの人間たちから別の人間たちに変わるだけだ。皆殺しにすればもう悪行は繰り返されない。
Veronica's face is a stone mask, her voice steady and controlled. With the telltale signs of her frayed nerves, her bloodshot eyes and a slight tremor in her voice are a dead giveaway, revealing the cracks in her tough exterior. That's exactly why they died. Your confirmation bias keeps you from seeing the truth. The icy look in Veronica's eyes hardens as she lifts her lance slightly. A glint of silver light flashes across the blade, making the human flinch. You can't see the forest for the trees. That's why you don't get what 39 wants, or realize that Shul's is pulling your friends something. Nor did you think about the consequences of bombing us. What does it say? Shul's is pulling your friend's strings. There we go. Your disappointment comes from a place of caring and hope. Your anxiety is eating you alive because you can't bear to watch her lose her way again. You're letting your biases run on autopilot. Shul's was playing you like a fiddle, with 2 capital D's. Even after all this time, it's like we're back at square one. In a flash, Veronica has the tip of her lance at your throat. But the look of disappointment in your eyes is 1,000 times worse than any accusation.
そんな目で私を見るな。まさかお前なら私は殺さないと本気で思っているのか。
I'd just be more let down. I never once thought you wouldn't. I've never been scared. I trust you. I trust you. Just gets freaking shanked. Gets impaled. Justice isn't wrath. It should bring about positive changes. If you let hatred get the better of you, you'll just become a thug lashing out under the guise of justice. Acting on your emotions and giving in to prejudice will only make a bad situation even worse. You have it in you, Veronica. You can be the one to embody what true justice really is. These are all really good. These are all really good lines. Dang. You have it in you, Veronica. Just give her that reassurance.
それはお前らの道徳体系だ。私の正義は機械生命としての正義。私の心が静まるための正義。人間の評価基準は一切関係ない。お前が何を考えていようが、私にはどうでもいい。
As she says this, her eyelashes give a slight flutter before she closes her eyes. When they open again, Veronica has snapped back into her familiar cold persona, the indifferent, severe, and solitary dragon rider.
忠告しておく。私に理想の人間や純粋な人間を押し付けるな。ましてや、より素晴らしい存在だなんて、私は興味がない。高尚な道徳だの、自己犠牲のような忍耐だのは私には関係ない。その救世主気取りの傲慢と哀れみにはうんざりだ。 私を、この獣たちをよく見ろ。
She brings herself just inches from the human's face, her cold, razor-sharp gaze practically boring a hole through them.
認めろ。我々にはお前らに劣らない野心と欲望があることを。生き延び繁栄するために必要とあらば侵略や殺戮全てを踏み潰す覚悟がある。そのことを直視しろ。我々は交渉でも道徳的でもない。ましてやお前の幻想の中の純潔な天使でもない。我々はただ生き残りたい別の種族だ。他人の良心にすがらなくても生きていける種族だ。
What flashes before Veronica's eyes isn't the lion pride of the Epirus savannah anymore. It's all the pent-up anger from her journey, from the arena to Aerospace City.
生き延びる唯一の希望を別の種族の慈悲や理性に託すような存在なんてもはや動物ですらない。ただの奴隷だ。自立できぬ種族がたどる結末はただ一つ。滅亡だ。
Every species has the right to fight for survival, but that doesn't mean you can condemn humanity.
生存とは結局どちらかが死ぬか生きるかの話だろう。
No, it's a matter of live or... It's a matter of live or die.
私たちは人間と何ら変わらない種族だ。この世界で生き抜くには血の道を切り開くしかない。血の道を切り開く。なんとも人間らしい言い方だ。本当にお前らはいい教師だ。いろいろな意味でな。
She turns away, walking into the desolate, blood-scented air before unfurling her wings and taking to the sky, soaring toward the grim horizon.
やっぱり私たちは敵同士の方が性に合っている。
The wind whips by, carrying whispers as sharp as ice blades. Damn. Epirus Ruins Recovery Mission Update. The Red Tide's affected area has expanded abnormally. To ensure personnel safety, headquarters will be sending reinforcements shortly. All ground personnel, gather immediately and prepare to head back to Babylonia.
グレイレイブン指揮官、エピロス草原で赤潮の異常な動きが確認されました。至急帰還します。どこにいますか？支援や助けが必要ならすぐに連絡をお願いします。
You get to the Wanderers first and stop Veronica if I report back now. But deep down, you have a gut feeling that Veronica, the mechanoid woman you have come to know these past few days, wouldn't make a choice like that. And besides, we'll put Babylonia and Veronica at loggerheads. Given her temper, she might push the human-mechanoid conflict to the point of no return. We don't want that. No, no, no. Beep, beep. Honk, honk. A blaring horn cuts through the thick air as headlights from a vehicle behind you light up the path.
指揮官さん。
Soani, the leader of the Wanderer on convoy, leans out of the window, waving frantically. What are you doing out here? Where's everyone else?
みんなは先に行っていて、今頃はもう危険区域を抜けてるはず。私たちわざわざ指揮官さんを迎えに戻ってきたの。
Oh, whoops, I thought she was done. I know. The red tide is kicking up. You need to get out of here too.
違う。それだけじゃない。赤潮のせいで移動中の動物たちが暴れてるのよ。
Uh-oh. What is it?
移動してた群れがバラバラになってパニックになった個体が周囲を巻き込んで騒ぎが大きくなってる。特にバッファローの群れはもうほとんど発狂。あれ？あの人は？
You explained to Soani why Veronica left?
なるほど。別に驚きもしないわ。実はこれが私たちが戻ってきた理由よ。赤潮を避けるために私たちは迂回してここを通らざるを得なかった。だからガソリンはおそらく私たちが残したものね。
What on earth happened?
バッファローの群れよ。赤潮は回避したけど、暴れ出した獣たちと鉢合わせたの。まさにここで。
No.
私たちとあなたのところのライオンの群れが獣たちの狂気に直面した。逃げ惑う動物たちと暴れ出す獣、混沌とした光景だったわ。未だに死傷者数を集計する余裕がないくらい。数頭のバッファローが車をひっくり返しそうになったり、ライオンたちは激しく体当たりされて踏みつけられたり。バッファローを撃退するために発砲したのは事実よ。仕方なかった。あの時みんなは生き残るのに必死で、間違ってこの子を傷つけてしまったかもしれない。
Sawani gently strokes Matilda's head. It's also possible your shooting is what crippled her in the first place, leaving her a sitting duck for the stampede.
そうね。それは肯定も否定もできない。原因を突き止めたいのであれば謝るわ。でもあなたは元凶を断罪したいわけじゃないでしょ。
Why did you come back?
気づいたの。あなたのところのライオンの群れだって。だからあなたもこの近くにいるはずだと思った。あなたは同胞を見捨てられない。私も同じだからわかるわ。あなたたちを心配したのも事実だけど、それだけじゃない。私は悔しかったの。こんな終わり方が。あなたにもこの草原にももっといい結末があってほしかった。
Every creature's actions send ripples through the web of life. We're all in this together. Sawani, I need you to lend me a hand. The girl is giving a questioning look as a low rumble of thunder rolls in. The final big downpour of the rainy season is on its way. Rain comes down in buckets, driven by a howling wind. Sawani leans against the vehicle window, looking concerned at the people inside. She's given a wanderer convoy vehicle to the commandant from Babylonia, who's off on a wild goose chase to find that strange mechanical girl.
本当に彼女を探しに行くの？危険すぎない？赤潮も異合生物も危険だし、さらに暴走した獣たちもいる。彼女なら自分で切り抜けられる力があるでしょうに。
She's tough, but muscle and mayhem can't fix everything. You can put a bandage on a flesh wound, but the scars she's carrying under all that armor won't heal if you just pretend they're not there. She's been through so much. Now she's turned that pain into a deep hatred for those creatures. The thing is, because she can't get past that pain, she's starting to become the very thing she despises. You instantly regret your harsh words, realizing you've been cruel in your own way to Veronica.
愛に形作られ、憎しみにも形作られる。それってどうやら生命の宿命みたいね。
Mechanical beings are still learning, like children, especially when it comes to the human mind. So, she's in over her head right now. I'm just worried.
何を心配してるの？
I'm worried she might need me. Worried she can't take any more pain. Whatever happens, I just don't want her to hurt anymore.
草原はこんなに広いのに、どうやって彼女を見つけるつもり？
With practiced ease, you pull up the real-time map. Epirus's tracking beacon is a steady pulse of light. Even if she's hell-bent on revenge, I still have a hunch. She'll look for the lion pride first.
随分と彼女のことを信頼してるのね。
Yes, I trust her. She's already proven herself a loyal companion. I trust her. I have to find her for the same reason you came back for me. Serpentine streaks of crimson now creep across the entire savannah. The red tide surges and swells, consuming every inch of shattered greenery. Hetero creatures roam the eerily contaminated earth, and this is just the calm before the storm in a land swallowed by the red tide. Just as the human had guessed, Veronica, flying solo, hesitated more than once before ultimately ditching the trail of the wanderers to plunge deeper into the more treacherous parts of the savannah, searching for the missing lion pride. She soars higher, escaping the now completely savage horde below. Her wings beat against the thick, humid air, but they can't erase the terrifying things she's seen on her journey.
あの人間は大丈夫だろうか。
Countless creatures bolt through the red tide, their silhouettes a blur of motion. The earth groans under the thundering iron hooves of the beast horde, their roars kicking up a thick cloud of dust. It's all the explanation Veronica needs. She now knows what has become of the Lion Pride's home. The sorrowful cries of antelopes and the wretched howls of hyenas are a frenzied drumbeat in this chaotic symphony of beast horde and red tide, a deadly duet turning the earth into a churning hellscape. This is supposed to be a slaughter with no one left to tell the tale.
どこだ。
It started to blast.
一体どこに。
Alright. Thanks for coming by, Leoju. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you. Veronica flings aside a hyena that's trying to sink its teeth into her. She can't care less about the beastly horde raging around her. Her eyes dart frantically, desperately searching for any familiar shapes, but her lion pride is nowhere to be seen. Leopards were trampled to a pulp, elephants were twisted and corrupted by the red tide, and human vehicles lay overturned and smashed to smithereens. Amidst all this merciless devastation, no living thing stands a chance. Faced with this overwhelming and savage force, the mechanical girl who has always put her faith in her own strength is at a loss. She hangs in the air, helpless, searching in vain.
あれは。
In the final month of the rainy season, a coalition of nomadic male lions attacked Hermione's pride. In the brutal fight that followed, the pride's male lion and her brother were killed. After the battle, which left both sides beaten to a pulp, the new Lion King was going to kill all the cubs. Without a second thought, she bit through the new Lion King's throat, snatching her daughter from his jaws. It was then from his battered corpse that she first caught the strange and sinister scent of that red devil. Hermione led her adolescent son, the other lionesses, and the cubs on a migration path before the rainy season ended. They weren't looking for food. They were running for their lives. But the red devil caught up with her anyway. Under the chaotic hooves of a stampeding herd of water buffalo, she heard her daughter's cries. She saw her daughter's body being crushed into the mud. Even human gunfire couldn't scatter the frantic buffalo. Her daughter didn't stand a chance. Hermione throws her head back and lets out a long, agonizing howl that seems to tear the very sky. Her heart feels like it's being ripped to shreds. With one last deep look at her daughter crying in the mud, she grabs Epirus by the scruff of his neck, runs for the hills to get away from the stampede, and doesn't look back. The red devil is hot on her heels all the same. She runs for her life, her companions dropping like flies, swallowed up by the riotous flood of beasts. The red waves gobble up countless shrieking creatures. In these strange tides, she hears eerie whispers like a mother sorrowfully calling her child home to the nest. But Hermione never misses a beat. She just runs faster and faster. She's always been the best of the best. Her daughter is a chip off the old block, and her future children will be too. With fire in her eyes, she leaps onto a lone hill, sprinting toward the cliff face and climbing higher and higher. Epirus whimpers softly as the roaring waves of the red tide swell just beneath them. The drumming in her chest pushes her onward, faster, just a little faster. Live. She has to live. She has to keep on living no matter what. The drumming in her chest comes to a grinding halt during her final climb. Her mortal heart just can't keep up with her fierce will to beat the odds. She falls from the heights. Veronica catches? Yes! Only to land in the arms of Veronica, who has swooped in on beating wings. Oh, God.
Hermione! Hermione! 目を覚ませ!
The mechanical girl has made it just in the nick of time to save Hermione, but after setting the lioness on a safe ledge, Veronica sees that she isn't breathing and has passed out. No matter how much Veronica calls to her, she doesn't get a peep in response.
心配蘇生だ。心配蘇生ならきっと。
On a night as stormy as the one when they first crossed paths, Veronica finds herself mimicking a familiar human ritual. She gently rolls the lioness onto her side, finds the right spot on her chest, and presses her hands down.
その体では私の力に耐えられない。力加減をしっかり。 とできる。
The lioness isn't coming around, not on her own anyway. Her cub, meanwhile, is a ball of nerves pacing in a tight circle, nudging its mom's limp body and whimpering at Veronica. Veronica's movements are like a metronome, flawless and unwavering, but her mind is a whirlwind.
助けられるか。
I can't read all that quick enough. I can't read all of that quick enough. I'm asking what this is. Oh, here we go. Oh, jeez, that's a lot to go through. All right, bear with me here. I do want to read all these. Get positive pressure going. What else did he tell you? Start chest compressions, clear the airway. Would air from something made of metal actually help a living, breathing person? Get an airway going. Check oxygen levels. I don't have any oxygen. What do they think counts as being alive? What is life? Do they see me as something that's living? Why can't I stop thinking about this? Am I doing the procedures right? It's going to die, isn't it? What happened to the lions? Why should I give a damn about any of this? Can't this just stop? Why can't I stop thinking? Am I actually scared right now? Why does the way human brains are wired let them hide behind emotional walls? Am I allowed to feel scared? A mechanical being's mind runs on algorithmic logic, not easily swayed by raw emotions the way humans are. No matter what's going down, it's always easier to say, cool. Is it going to die? Emotions. Stop. Don't overthink it. Veronica, just stick to the procedure. It's going to die, isn't it? Why are you still obsessing over this? What is this? It's going to die. Stay focused. You'll kill it if you don't. Of course I know what emotions are. I'm asking what this is. What is it? There's a tiny bit of moisture in the corner of her eye, hot and unwelcome, a constant thrumming in her ears. She can't tell if it was the endless downpour in her heart or the rumbling of the grasslands, shivering with the last sighs of the rainy season. That warm tear is about to fall onto Veronica's hand, which is gripping the other. Her clasped hands press down on the lioness's belly for one last desperate time. A rib cracks. Veronica jerks her hands away. That sound? It's like Sarah's ragged breathing as she lay bleeding out, or maybe the sickening scrape of a blade slicing through Alexei. Or maybe her mind is just a jumble of too many old buried memories all crashing to the surface at once.
力が強すぎた。肋骨を折ってしまった。
Logic is no help. Her thoughts are on fire, a chaotic but clear mess. Her body shivers, but her voice stays even, reciting forgotten first aid steps for humans.
止めてはいけない。軌道を確保して、人工的手段で血液の酸素飽和度を維持する。
Her cold, lifeless eyes watch everything unmoved. Even without even glancing down, she places her clasped hands back on the lioness. But she can't stop them from shaking. Life is so fragile, so precious. Even with all her strength, even trying her hardest, she can't save it. Staying calm now would be cruel. Veronica takes a deep breath, a meaningless human habit for her mechanical body. Her clasped hands hover over the lioness, unable to push down again.
別にこれが初めてというわけじゃない。
Like a deflating balloon, her shoulders slump and her head drops. Epirus nudges against her cold frame, a gentle lick on her arm.
初めてなんかじゃない。終わりは永遠に来ない。
Two hands land gently on her left shoulder, their weight a comfort and a promise all at once. It's all right, Veronica. Take it from here. Don't give up, Veronica. I'm with you. I'm with you, girl. Just like that fateful rainy night they met, the human arrives in the nick of time. The mechanical girl snaps her head up as the endless, soggy, rainy season finally gives way to a single shaft of sunlight. She's always been able to handle everything on her own. Now, she finally doesn't have to go it alone anymore. Ah. Morning sun. Epirus, the lion cub, huddles nervously against the kneeling human's legs, gnawing on the hem of their clothes. The human quickly determines that Hermione has suffered an acute heart failure, a byproduct of the intense stress from the red tide. We have to defibrillate her. There's an HV cell inside you and a discharge resistor in the car. It's our only shot. You scramble towards the vehicle, a race against time. I need to plug into your maintenance port for an emergency power discharge, Veronica. You frantically start scavenging for useful components, all while calling out to Veronica, but Veronica's response never comes. Veronica? Veronica remains silent, her chin held high as her hands continue the rhythm, a mechanical dance of chest compressions. Sensing the storm brewing beneath her calm exterior, you offer words of comfort. You've done well. You are why she has a fighting chance. Epirus nestles in close, rubbing his fuzzy head against the cold, unyielding frame of the mechanical girl. The Star of Life lectures haven't gone to waste. You quickly rig up a makeshift device, wrap Veronica's hands in saltwater-soaked cloths, and take over the CPR. She needs about 300 joules, but I don't know how strong your current will be. This discharge resistor has its limits, Veronica. You'll have to get a handle on your power output.
私はさっきこの子の肋骨を折ってしまった。
Veronica's voice trembles, almost imperceptibly.
私の体には温度調節機能もなければ救命装置もない。私は破壊のために生まれた機体なんだ。制御なんてできない。
It's normal to break ribs during CPR. It proves nothing. She's still alive because of you. We saved Epirus and we can save Hermione too. Trust the centuries of human research behind this. It's a scene so much like the rainy night you first met. In this world, there is no magic wand for resurrection, but there will always be those who refuse to throw in the towel. Do you remember? These fragile mammals have fought tooth and nail just to survive this long. She meets your steely gaze. We're running out of time, Veronica. The buck stops with us. We decide if she makes it or not. Let's bring her back together. You have to trust me, and you have to trust Hermione too. The mechanical hand, swathed in a saltwater-soaked cloth, presses down on the lioness's chest. First shock. Veronica makes contact and pulls back in a flash. The human immediately starts chest compressions. After 5 rounds, Veronica again. Second shock. The setting sun casts a golden glow on Veronica's determined face. In the distance, the migrating herds are still rumbling on and the red tide is still hanging over them like a dark cloud. But right now, there's a glimmer of hope. The mechanical hand touching and then instantly pulling away catches a faint heartbeat. Veronica's head snaps up to look at you.
今心拍が
Yes, we have a pulse. We did it.
お前が彼女を救った。
It was us, Veronica. We saved her together. The thunder rumbles in silence and the heavy season's rain never comes. After the shot of emergency medicine, Hermione stirs, nudging the mechanical hand like a cub, then giving Epirus a fond lick on the head. The lioness is out of the woods, but you aren't yet. The stampeding herds keep coming with the red tide and howling hetero creatures hot on your heels. You have to carve out an escape route for the grasslands wildlife and fast. Shall we fight side by side, Veronica? I feel like calling your partner is just a little... Let's just stick with Veronica for now. Ignoring the outstretched hand, Veronica quickly readies her weapon and spreads her wings, soaring toward the howling hetero creatures in the red tide.
お前は休んでおけ。私は人間の首輪とリードには興味がない。
That's why I said fight side by side. I'm not saying that you should fight for me. I'm saying we should fight together. But okay. Well, so much for that moment of goodwill. That's a mind connection. That's a mind connection. Let's just connect minds. Even working together, the endless waves of hetero creatures make it impossible to get them animals out of the deadly situation. Beep beep. As more innocent creatures are swallowed by the red tide, a familiar horn sounds. Sawani from the Wanderer Caravan has arrived with her companions. Why are you here?
だって私たちの車よ。当然位置特定装置をつけてあるもの。それに私の精神的故郷であるこの草原を守る資格はあなたたちよりもあるつもりよ。
You're a little too calm for this situation. After a perfect drift stop, Sawani leans out to save two meerkats from a teetering acacia tree. Moments later, several cheetahs leap gracefully over jagged rocks, landing dead center in the back of her vehicle.
この草原に来るのは初めてだけど、私は子供時代も青春も全てエピロスの物語の中で過ごしてきた。この広大な大地や動物たちを実際に見て、やっと私と祖先たちのつながりが本物だと確信できた。童話のように美しい過去は本当にあったことなのね。
The red tide, the animal herds, the savannah you don't even recognize. This isn't the Epirus from her stories at all. But when you look into the girl's bright eyes, you can see the eternal, boundless savannah she believes in as plain as day. Isn't this what everyone's been fighting for? This precious hope?
子供時代に詰め込まれたあやふやな知識たち。今なら全部に意味があるとわかる。指揮官さん、ここは私の一部なのよ。いえ、正確に言うと、ここにいるからこそ、私は私なのね。
The three vehicles bursting at the seams have become the only lifeboats in this storm. Their cramped decks are packed with every kind of creature: lions, cheetahs, wildebeests, gazelles, and unbelievably, even humans with the guts to cradle porcupines. Damn. In the face of such a disaster, every living thing is in the same boat. You have to weather the storm together. It's starting to sound like Noah's Ark.
もう、指揮官さん。
Surrounded by hetero creatures, the convoy is completely hemmed in. With nowhere left to turn, Sawani calls on the Grey Raven Commandant to come to the rescue. Veronica gets there before the human does. Faced with the cold, unyielding gaze of this mechanical girl, the convoy's leader Sawani has to swallow her fear and find her voice.
私たちがあなたのライオンたちを傷つけたんじゃないの。
Veronica lets out a long sigh and turns away in a huff. Her memory banks pull up an image of Hermione rolling her eyes at a male lion. For the first time, Veronica understands what the expression really means, without anyone having to spell it out for her. That's funny.
ひとまず和解ってのはどう？あなたを信頼できる仲間だとは思えないけど、大ピンチを前に今は団結するしかないでしょ。
うるさい。
Everywhere her lance goes, threats are swept away without a trace.
邪魔だ。
Sawani presses her lips together and starts the vehicle's engine again. Just then, a red tide corrupted mountain formation suddenly gives way. The cliff face rumbles and comes crashing down from above, threatening to turn the convoy into a pancake. Amid the terrified screams, Veronica holds up the collapsing boulders with a Herculean effort. She dips her head slightly, and her emotionless eyes happen to meet those of a baby giraffe cradled in a human's arms inside the vehicle. For a moment, both of them blink at each other, utterly bewildered.
長い首。
おっと、早々に退散と。ありがとう。
Sawani's so relaxed in this situation. The convoy, packed with survivors of the catastrophe, peels out and disappears into the distance. In the middle of the fight, Veronica suddenly senses something and turns to look. It's Sawani again, leaning out of the vehicle's window, waving from far away and giving a thumbs up. At that distance, a human's eyes and ears wouldn't pick up a thing, but Veronica, being a machine, captures the scene with perfect clarity.
最初に会った時から思ってたけど、めっちゃかっこいいわよ、お姉さん。
Hell yeah, she is! Veronica effortlessly fires a shot, hitting a hetero creature dumb enough to challenge her.
おい人間、あの動物の首はなぜあんなにも長い？
Huh? What animal? The giraffe? Why are you suddenly so interested in that? Wait, no. Veronica, we're in the middle of a fight. Step out of it. From her perch on the high cliff, Hermione lets out an irritated lion's roar. Whether she's warning the two below to stop bickering, or if Epirus is just up to his usual antics is anyone's guess. This worldwide disaster is far from over, yet for the first time, Veronica finds herself looking forward to tomorrow, eager to discover a different side of the world that's just beginning to open up to her. Justice isn't just about anger and violence. It's also a guiding call that points everything in the right direction. But what is the right direction? Veronica isn't sure, but her instincts tell her to look toward the human. The dust settles.
指揮官、私と支援小隊は間もなくあなたの現在の座標に到着します。赤潮で負傷はしていないですか？医療支援は必要ですか？
I'm fine. A group of wanderers just made it out. Please keep an eye on them and let us know if they're safe. And if you can, lend them a hand, will you?
もちろん。それこそ我々の任務です。
The comms go dead. The scattered pride slowly comes together again, gathering around the lioness Hermione as her cubs snuggle close. The sunset, the pride of lions, the burning clouds, and the sky embracing the savannah. Veronica gazes at it all, reminiscent of a classical oil painting. From this vantage point, she, the mechanical being standing alone amidst nature's embrace, is no longer a cold, killing machine. Yet the deep sadness of being on the outside looking in still hangs over her. Perhaps feeling your gaze, Veronica turns her head. Her stern face is now softened by a pair of calm eyes. In that brief moment, there is no anger, no malice, no intent to kill. It's one of the few times since her creation that Veronica has felt the quiet peace of being forgiven. Veronica.
たとえ人間がこの世界から絶滅しても私は困らない。でも世界の考えは私とは違うらしい。どうやらお前らのことを気に入ってるみたいだ。
Her gaze drifts away. She walks into the distance without a backward glance. And in that moment, you know without a single word that this is goodbye. The second law of thermodynamics says the universe is headed for chaos, but life is a miracle, a highly ordered masterpiece born from a trillion long shots. It's a grand poem of matter somehow turning into consciousness. And it seems both humans and mechanical life have found a sledgehammer called possibility, smashing through the cage their creators built. They're just us, walking a different path. It's the meeting of two miracles. Veronica, there are a ton of questions I don't have answers for. Maybe I'll spend my whole life searching for them. But maybe that's the only way to understand life, by living, feeling, journeying, and choosing. Because humans have always wanted to live, not just survive. And in every age, no matter how difficult, humanity always created cultures that are unique to their time. And the culture of this era isn't just humanity's anymore. There's never been anything like mechanical life in our history, so a lot of people don't know what to make of you. But your existence is already a beautiful miracle. We're at a truly wonderful beginning. With this beautiful beginning and our ideals as our guide, all that's left is to keep walking steadily in that direction. Veronica stops. So, welcome to this world, Veronica. Welcome to share this world with me, Veronica. Welcome to this world. Veronica doesn't even turn around, just waves her hand dismissively.
お前が言った人類と機械が平和に共存するふざけた世界なんて私は微塵も信じていない。
She tilts her head slightly. Backlit by the sun, her expression is completely hidden, so there's no telling what's going on in her head.
それが妄想ではないことを何千万分という努力で証明してみせろ、人間。
You can practically feel her smiling in the shadows. Compared to the vast history of this planet, human civilization is still wet behind the ears, and mechanical life is just a babe in the woods. Both have a long, long road ahead of them. It's a miracle they've even met, and the only way to do this strange twist of fate justice is to find a hopeful ending. Epirus, the lion cub, chases after Veronica as usual, trying to keep pace with her, But this time, justice no longer slows her roll for him. She's got a mission to get back to. Stroke the cub's head. Be a good little one, and live to see another day. By the time the support squad arrives, the whole Pride of Lions has already resumed their long journey.
グレイレイブン指揮官。あれ、どうしたんですか？その小さなライオン。本物のライオンを見るのは初めてだ。怪我をしてるのか？
Poor little Matilda. She's been left for dead by her pride with a broken spine. Out here on the grasslands, it's survival of the fittest, and she doesn't stand a chance with injuries this bad. I want to take her back to Babylonia. Get her treated.
この重傷では草原では生き延びられないな。
Yes.
空中庭園に行けば擬態技術で骨を修復できそうだ。彼女はまだ成長期だから皇族の交換が少し面倒になるかも。
But we can save her, right?
一生を空中庭園で過ごすかもしれませんよ。
Yeah, that's okay. Just being alive is a blessing in itself. Being alive is a hope in itself. Blessing is a hope. A hope. She might even be able to return to the savannah one day. Fate had dealt Matilda a terrible hand, but it also threw her a lifeline. The shuttle glides over the sprawling savannah, a green blur trailing behind. Outside the window, endless emerald waves flow into rivers, fading softly into the distance.
レーダーが異常反応を示しています。何かが我々の後を追ってきているようですね。
You can't help but look back, gazing at the endless green sea behind. But the horizon stretches empty and vast. Your small connection has long gone. Is that you? As if on a hunch, you check the tracking device. Epirus's tracker is blinking excitedly on the screen, waving hello just like he would, all playful paws and high spirits. The map projects your real-time route, a winding path you've taken. Epirus's red dot moves right along, following you in your tracks. No. He races over the rocky terrain you've crossed and splashes through the rivers you've forded, running without a moment's rest. Following the faint tire tracks, sniffing for your fading scent, he sprints in a direction that's growing more distant by the minute.
これもあなたが助けたライオンですか？
Yes.
きっとあなたのことが忘れられないんでしょうね。
Epirus finally loses your trail at an isolated hill rising from the plains. Still just a cub, he can't keep up with you. Oh, I want to bring Epirus with me. From atop the high cliff, the young cub, understanding separation for the first time, lets out a mournful roar across the endless savannah. A goodbye to the humans who have disappeared from his sight. Goodbye, Epirus.
きっとずっとあなたを覚えているでしょうね。
I hope so. But it's free as a bird to fly its own way. I think so, no doubt about it. I hope so.
素敵ですね。この地球って。我々もいつかここに戻れるでしょうか。
I sure hope so. No doubt about it. You know what? Let's keep that hope going. No doubt about it. This is the one and only home for humans, the place where all their old dreams are just waiting for them to come back and claim them, whatever it takes. The sun's going down on the savannah now, but a new day is always just around the corner. Good night, Earth. Oh, that was it. That was quite lovely. That was lovely. It doesn't really answer too much about the Veronica's voice lines and files because it makes it sound like she's she's like living in Babylonia. But then again, that's kind of like the case with every other character that's not from Babylonia, so that's to be expected. So aside from that though, that was a really nice affection story. It was really nice. It does go into the whole theme of like, human or not, we're all alive, we're all trying to survive and stuff. You know, so I enjoyed that. That was really good. That did take 3 hours. About 3 hours. Yeah, I was right. It took 3 hours to get through. But that was good. I enjoyed that. I hope maybe in like a future chapter we get to see Veronica again. Maybe maybe a chapter involving Shules as well, and obviously a chapter involving Church of Machina. Maybe Nanami will make an appearance, who knows, but it would be nice to see her in the main story again. And this time maybe she'll have she'll have her perspective on her perspective change a bit more. Because it's getting there with her, but... Now my guess with her having her current look right now, I said it before during the affection story, but my assumption is that maybe she just changed into that one frame that's all armored for more like combat reasons than just for the fact that she doesn't want to look human. Because if that was the case, then she would have just completely changed her entire body at that point. Because again, her original design is already that of a human frame. She has a human body, human face, freaking hair even. And I know this is just one specific thing. It doesn't really make a whole lot of difference, or it doesn't really add anything, but breasts, because human women, they have breasts. Duh. But then again, other beings have breasts too, so I guess that's completely moot. Regardless, she has a human look to her already. People really are just freaking out over her current design just because she's showing off a little bit of extra skin. That's it. And that's the one thing that annoys me about people complaining about this shit. No one really pays attention to everything else about her design. The detail with the metallic parts, all the mechanical parts. Her long hair, which by the way I fucking love. I love her hairstyle. The wings are so goddamn cool and badass too. That's why I prefer this way more over her boss design, because it has just way more detail to it. And it looks clean. It looks sleek. And this is just personal preference too. Like, I prefer things that don't look so chunky or so heavily armored. Too, I like things that are more sleek in design. Like this one, I mean, it's cool and all, but it's not like my favorite thing with Rosetta being all metallic. That's why her new look with her upcoming new frame looks so much cooler, because it's nice and sleek. But that's just personal preference. But yeah, I really do like this design. The details, all the mechanical stuff. It's crazy. People want more mechanical stuff, but then they don't focus on the mechanical stuff at all. They just focus on the skin on her. It's crazy. It's so fucking annoying. Anyways, that's not the end of today's stream, because I also plan on continuing Godfall Revelation for the next hour or two. We're gonna get into that now. Get back into this. I was continuing with Vera's. I was waiting until a part where it's like Watanabe and Wansha, where it tells me this message. Because they both have it now. So I'm just waiting with Vera's. How far am I with Vera's? Still quite a bit. I mean, well, no, there's 3 so far. But let's continue with hers. Crossing the pond. Acheron shark. We'll do bleed. And then recovery. Do that. And then bleed again. Refresh. Or get a new slot. We don't need that. Do that. We can freeze this. Alright, fight. Now I just need a recovery skill. This music is so goddamn arcadey. Grim Altar. Doom, 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 doom. This one. Here, I'll just unlock as many as I can here. I'll spend it all. I don't care. And now I got nothing. Lovely. Well, I don't need this. That's all I got. Is there anything I could sell, maybe? This is a green... Oh, this one I don't need, since I have a blue one already. Or do I? No, the blue one's right here. Let's see. This one? Okay. That's the best I can do. Do another refresh, I guess. Only 3 battles, so it's like... Oh, but that difficulty ramps up quite a bit, though, of course. That's to be expected. Okay. I mean, I get to play some more, at least. I get to do some more. Here, we'll do more of healing, so we can constantly be able to stay topped off. Buy that. Sell that. We'll buy that. We'll buy that. We'll buy that. Refresh. Speed prologue. This one's good. Refresh. That's below. Sell that. What else? Buy that. Sell that. Oh, I have a better one already. Whoops. That's a waste. Alright. We'll win this one. Got tons of healing. Frontal breakthrough, open the floodgates. Open the floodgates. Oh, wait, no. Now we have one more battle to go through. Whoops. I was mistaken. What else do I want? How many Death Hunter ones do I have? Only 2. I got 2. I mean... And then No Time to Bleed. I got 2 of those as well. Get both of them, actually. I get them both. I need a new bleed one. This one's good. Take less damage. It's not gonna matter when we just keep healing, I guess. I need to find some good ones here. Optimal distance. I'd not get a stronger version of that. Oh, I already had that. That's for shield strength. Oh, here we go. This one. At this point, I'm trying to get everything upgraded. 99 coins! Well, leaving it at that then. Nice. Will it take me straight into story? Oh, it doesn't. Finally got rid of those bastards? How are you? Still able to walk? This is the deepest part of the demon fortress, which Haida might be just ahead. Come to me when you're ready. Oh no, it doesn't give me the message. On the day she becomes a demon, Vera first touches the laws that govern the world. The sacred light of the supreme heaven refuses to shelter her, yet the darkness of hell takes her into its embrace. That day she watches as the steam-billowing train thunderously opens its doors before her. A demon dressed in pristine white clothing, without a speck of dust, stands at the entrance, staring at her with cold indifference. After a long silence, the demon finally utters 2 sentences. Fool. Stitch her up and get her into the 3rd-class carriage. Thanks, Lustrous. This is Vera's first ride on the Hell Train. She traces the jagged scars near her collarbone, still reeling from what went down. Gwyneth isn't on this hellbound express, but Aurora slumped across Vera's lap, her hands freshly reattached by Cerberus. A few new spirits are dotted around the carriage, all just staring into space. Vera's fingers brush the rough stitches, the coarse thread pricking her skin, and that's when it finally hits her. She's dead. I'm dead. My sins were heavy, so here I am, stuck as a demon in the 3rd-class carriage. She stares out the window as the train chugs along for a bit before grinding to a halt. The guards yank open the doors, revealing the same wheat field she'd seen before. Under the watchful eye of the blonde ferryman, guards haul in more fresh spirits, all victims of a recent war. There was an explosion here, my lord. Lots of them are in pieces, can't even be put back together right. There's a pregnant woman. A mangled corpse, its swollen belly ripped open by a gaping hole, is unceremoniously tossed in front of Vera's seat. The ferryman slips on pure white gloves, reaches into the hole, and pulls out an unformed female infant. There's another stupid polymer. She stares at the stillborn, which is missing its lower limbs, shakes her head, and casually tosses it out of the carriage. The tiny body gradually becomes a black speck before it vanishes from Vera's sight. Christ. Ugh. Noticing Vera's frown, the ferryman adds an explanation. Thrown from here, that infant will fall directly into the Acheron River, where she'll find a less stupid mother for her next life. When she's old and gray, she'll be queuing up for this crossing too, just like this one here. The ferryman then pulls up an elderly woman, her body layered with wrinkles accumulated through time. The guards placed you in the wrong carriage. You belong in first class. The ferryman scrutinizes the old woman's entire life. You lived to 100, and over those 100 years your sins and virtues achieved perfect balance. Yours was a remarkable life. Hell has no claim on you. You may depart directly and return to the mortal realm. The elderly woman totters shakily to the doorway, only to be unceremoniously kicked out by the ferryman. Just like the centenarian, Vera watches as demons are kicked one by one into the Acheron River. I mean, I know it's hell, but... They plunge into the river's dark depths, and soon, from the other side of those waters, the cries of newborn infants can be heard. Vera watches life and death unfold for countless mortals from inside the circular train. She realizes the laws of life and death are like a train on a continuous loop, its beginning and end forever intertwined. Even if she were to hop off the back, she'd inevitably come face to face with that steam-belching locomotive again someday. So, when the ferryman approaches her, Vera gets a word in first. I'm not looking to be tossed into that river. I want to set up shop in hell permanently. The ferryman locks eyes with her. Sounds like you've taken a shine to the laws of life and death. From now on, you'll be joining the guard unit and coming with me every day to pick up and process departed souls, seeing their whole life and death cycle firsthand. Think you can do it? I can, and I don't need any corn flatbread. You're a chip off the old block, just like those Atlantean numbskulls. Come on. As Vera carries Aurora on her back and follows the ferryman, a demon guard comes up to report a little accident they just saw. That stillborn we just sent down. She couldn't make it through the Acheron River to get back to the mortal realm. Was she too weak and just swallowed up by the Acheron River? No, we figured that she's what you'd call an unformed soul under the laws of life and death. See, she never really developed into a person before she was born, so technically she never died. That means she can't exactly cross the Acheron River to be reborn. So, did you fish her out of the river then? Not exactly. She's still floating in the river. Doesn't have any legs, and we're not quite sure how she stays afloat, but honestly, she looks pretty happy. Just give her a fish tail and let her keep floating then. We've got our hands full with enough numbskulls from Atlantis as it is. Don't need another bawling baby to deal with every day. Okay, I had a feeling that infant was Lamia. It really seemed like it because of last Spark chapter. But I don't think that's really appropriate. Look, whoever's feeling extra responsible can take her on. If you want to look after her, just make sure it doesn't mess with your other duties. Bring her to me when she proves her worth. Yes, understood. Lamia never really got to experience life or death. The moment she became a demon, she was swept directly into the laws that govern how the world works. She was never born, and she had never let out that first cry of life. The instant her eyes open, she is staring at the landscape of hell itself, the Acheron River, swallowing every soul, its currents surging as they carry them to the other side. Even with the demons of Atlantis taking her in, pulling her from the river, giving her legs, and raising her within their demon fortress, she often finds herself by the window, fixated on the river that hugs the fortress walls. It's her daily ritual, watching souls tumble from the train into the river, drifting down and out of sight as they begin their new existence. The tiny demon of hell lies by that window, slowly shedding her river sprite form until she finally starts to look human. One day, she's led by the hand, stumbling into a deep chamber within Atlantis. I hear you spend every day by the window watching the Acheron River, even taking a dip now and then. After all these years of this behavior, I want to hear what you make of it. My lord? Lamia glances up at the guard who brought her in, a silent plea for help in her eyes. Don't make me repeat myself. I'm pretty sure your hearing is just fine. I'm sorry, my lord. It's a very nice river. Everyone jumps into the river and then swims away. Some even come back after a few years and jump again, leaving a lot behind. You're completely missing the point. The ferryman turns to the guard. She's been staring at the Acheron River forever, but she still can't wrap her head around the cycle of life and death. She's a complete idiot. My lord, maybe she's just too young to get what death and separation mean right now. What death and separation mean? Lamia repeats those words, trying to make sense of them, but the ferryman has no time for what she sees as utter nonsense and gestures for the guard to haul her away. Atlantis has no use for a demon who only knows how to knock things over. Get her out of here. Given her intelligence, I decree she's only to be brought back for examination when she looks to be 60 years old. Yes. The guard reaches for Lamia's hand, ready to lead her away, but she suddenly yanks free and shoves her hand into her pocket. Then, with a bunch of clinking and clattering, she pulls out a ton of stuff. A silver lighter, a marble with clouds swirling inside, a pen that's seen better days, a coffee mug with a chipped rim. She carefully sorts through everything in front of the two demons, picks out 3 items, and cups them in her palm. She lifts her hands high, offering them to the ferryman. Acheron River. Good call. Everyone comes and goes, but the Acheron River keeps things on the down low for us. They say you're Lord. The best treasures are supposed to go to you. Ferryman's eyes lock onto the 3 treasures in her palm, and she falls silent for a moment. Finally, the ferryman reaches out, taking the pen that was once hers and the lighter that belonged to a subordinate, where she pointedly leaves the yellow, damaged photograph with Lamia. The woman's face in the photo is too faded to make out, yet Lamia vaguely senses a connection to it. Keep the photograph for yourself, and stop collecting junk from the river. Lamia can barely contain her excitement, tucking the photograph back against her chest, thrilled that the ferryman didn't take the most precious treasure. Aw. Take her with you. Yes. This little skirmish won't even ruffle Lamia's feathers. She follows the guard out of the ferryman's room, offering a soft greeting to every demon working for Atlantis she passes in the hallway. Among them are the red-haired, rather grumpy Vera, Noctis, who always breezes by with a smile, and Aurora, who circles sniffing her every time they meet. Soon she has everything her heart desires. Cookies and coffee from the human world, even corn flatbread that Vera can't stand the sight of. Hell's warm firelight illuminates every face that shows her kindness. They gather around her, always providing the most satisfying answers, except for Vera, of course. She adores this life, and that river is just as wonderful. Simply being is enough for her. She treats death and separation as things she never needs to comprehend, immediately casting them from her mind and into the Acheron River. In a future Lamia can't possibly foresee, deep beneath the demon fortress of Atlantis, you and death have already cut down countless angels. Your breathing comes in ragged gasps, each step feeling heavier than the last. The further you go, the more this invisible weight seems to bear down on your shoulders. Watch out! Ambush! As death cuts down the last angel in your path, the way ahead suddenly opens up. The grand hall beneath Atlantis appears before your very eyes. After your eyes adjust, you finally get a good look at this hidden place. Finally gets. The secret chamber before you is far more vast than imagined, with stone pillars and cast iron structures supporting a space that towers 100 meters high. Umbilical-like structures writhe across the floor, coated in crimson, viscous fluid, tangling, encircling, and expanding as they connect countless mutilated demon corpses. And all these umbilical cords ultimately lead toward the center of the hall. Gate emissary. In the center of the hall, a small thin figure perches on the tree. A white egg is deeply embedded in her chest, beating like a heart and pumping more fluid into the surrounding umbilical cords. Her eyes stay closed and her head hangs low, yet as if sensing intruders, she slowly raises her sharp claws while unconsciously mumbling under her breath. All that have flesh, all that breathe, all that move upon the earth, all that wander between heaven and earth, all must die. Suddenly another arcane gate, a new rift, tears open right before you, courtesy of the Chaos Gate emissary. A fresh wave of angels spills forth from the jagged crack, lunging frantically in your direction. They're grotesque too. No eyes nor noses, just bloody, fanged maws that snap open and shut, shrieking madly at you and the night. So this is where the angels are being summoned. Hyde has been using the emissary's arcane gates to do all this, just as I suspected. The thing controlling the gate emissary is called the Omega Egg, the very first egg to emerge from the scroll of the Valley of Ash. It's a weapon of pure devastation, and the Sanctuary confiscated it. I don't know why Hyde stole it from the Sanctuary, but if it involves the emissary, well, don't blame me for making sure it's destroyed. Be careful removing it, it looks dangerous. Absolutely, I get it. Death charges the gate emissary at the center, deftly sidestepping the umbilical cord strewn across the ground. Open fire! Meanwhile, you pivot, aiming your gun back the way you came, eyes peeled for any trouble. What's your plan? The one who tied the knot should be the one to undo it. Obviously, I'm going to smoke out the troublemaker and make them clean up their own mess. Vera lets out a cold laugh, her eyes flicking toward the floor-to-ceiling windows at the end of the hall. She raises her weapon, flames erupting along the lance. This night, her fighting will rekindled is the only sure source of fire in this place. Come out now. This is her turf, and her authority is beyond question. The figure lurking in the corner finally comes into view, illuminated by death's radiance. This is impossible. Stay away from me. The mermaid's face contorts in disbelief as she lets out a scream as piercing as an angel's. She frantically checks Death's expression, then glances at the egg attached to the gate emissary's body before flicking her tail and beating a hasty retreat into the depths. Go after them. Oh, that was a... Oh, more clues. Mermaid's treasure. Oh, the pen. The ferryman's pen. Let's do a recovery again with bleed. I think I'll go up until, well, if there is going to be that, like, that sufficient, make sure you have sufficient time message or whatever for the story content, I'll go up until that message for Vera, and then I'll do Lilith's story. And then when I get to the message for Lilith, I'll call it a night from there. But if it doesn't get to that point, then I'll stop at around the 5-hour mark, I guess, because it's almost the 4-hour mark. So I'll keep it going for another hour, another hour, or until I get those long story content messages from both Vera and Lilith. Egg of Hell. Accept the feather. I'll do this. Beam, 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 beam. Do, 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 do. Freeze that for now. Bum, 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 boom, 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 boom. Ew. Witch's chessboard. Chessboard, yes. Hell's greatest demon. I'm doing recovery, so I don't need shield stuff. So I'll get rid of that. Beam, 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 beam. Use the remaining coin to get a slot open. I'm so curious about the conclusion of this entire thing. Like, how does Nervatia play into all this and stuff? And this entire scenario, is it just like similar to Derived from Matrix? It's just a whole simulation thing that we're in. Strike. Lead the people. I got a coin. Slay the gods together. Do-do-do-do. Okay. We're good. Let's continue. Getting another healing skill will definitely help. That way we can have something to constantly keep up the heals. Kaleidoscope Demon Fortress. Ever-shifting Demon Fortress. Sounds like the 8 gates formation. And yes, that is a thing. I mean, I'll equip that just for that extra damage. I'll take that. We can delete this. Flip that. Alright, fight. Immunity just in case things go wrong. In case the heal isn't enough. Getting another healing skill is nice. Remnants of the Tribunal. below health. I think I'll get rid of this. Grab that instead. Refresh. No shield strength. Death Hunter? I only have one. It's definitely nicer to have one damaging skill and then two healing skills. Or if you're building shield, two shielding skills. And then your rune setup could be majority damaging runes. Valley of Ash. Scroll. That has to be a clue. Nice. See, now I'm thinking maybe I should just gone freaking shield. Okay, it's not giving me enough. It's not giving me healing skills. There's only one more battle. It's fine. It's not giving me anything blood related. Oh, what the heck? It gave me nothing for bleed. That's launching attack. Oh, there was one right there. Okay, there we go. We gain more bleed now. Rhythmic and life risking? I got 2 rhythmics and 1 life risking. See, now in this case, I should have some more healing related stuff. Oh, these are the same thing. Oh, that's good. I'm only freezing them just in case I fail this battle. Nice. It has to be 6 clues. I think I only found 4 though. Yeah, I need 2 more clues. It's the Claws of Chaos. One more clue. Keep it like that. Should I do pure bleed now? Pure bleed again. Railway workers, stop the haulers, queen. Silent Emissary. This might be the last clue. Swelling Omega Egg. Yes, that was the last clue. Alright, there's recovery. You can get like you like clean sweep all the fights. It's a total of like 4 different skills you can pick from. So if the next 2 skill choices are gonna be like bleed related, then I'll go for that. Do pure bleed. Going closer to the target. Say less. And above. I got nothing to swap that out. Leave it at that, I guess. Bum 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 bum. That was close. Ah, none of these. Interesting. Death Hunter. We got 2 Death Hunter ones. We can log that. That's good. That's also good. I'll freeze these. This fight I might lose. I mean, the shield and healing will protect me, maybe. Vera's kind of just like not even. I think Vera's like stuck behind a wall. Vera was stuck behind a wall there. Like she couldn't even get close. What the heck? Self-sabotage. I can't believe that happened. Actually, just self-sabotage. I don't have enough. That actually was just self-sabotage. Shit. Oh no, not self-sabotage. He got rigged. Alchemy puppets. Last time I picked searching the mansion. Oh, we eliminate. Okay. giving me a lot of shield stuff. You know what? Okay, let's not do healing then. Let's just do shield stuff. Good. Sure. Why not? No time to bleed. There's only one. This one upgrades is an upgrade to that. So how many rhythmic do I really want? Ooh, that's good. More shield stuff. Scrap that. Alright. Shield then. Switch the shields. See how much shielding you get from this. Oh my god. Wait, no, that's dangerous. I didn't realize that's what it did. Okay, I didn't read it clearly enough. I mean, she can recover the shield pretty easily. She's got 2 skills for it. Uh-oh. God damn it. That's a problem, wait. Maybe if I had... No, if I had that one... When the target is around. Yeah, if I had that one... rune... Definitely if I had that one rune. Damn it. That's not great. Not dealing enough damage. I need that one room where she gets more blood damage at 20% health or lower. That's what I need. See, that's a problem. Oh, there we go. That's 1 stack of bleed. Okay, let's swap that then. Life risking trick. Let me get rid of that. We get this from our shield strength. It's just not giving me anything good. It's not giving me the stuff that I'm looking for. RNG. I just need to win this fight though. She's just not dealing enough damage. See, what's killing her is the death speed thing. That's what's doing it too. That's something I would like. Oh, that explains it. Make her tankier. Oh, well, no, the other way around should be better. No, unfreeze that. Unfreeze that. I just need to win one more fight. This one's not a good setup. I know what to do for this setup. Just get the stuff that gives me more power at 20% health or lower. But I just don't have enough damage now. Because it takes too long to kill, and then the death speed timer kicks in like now. There we go. Okay, we're good. That's a bit rough. Will it put me straight into story after investigation here? What powers does Witch Haida have? Wouldn't it be this? Reshape the Demon Fortress. Literally 8 gates formation. Why does the witch try to stall you? This one? The egg. What will hatch? This one. Cleanse hell of all corruption. The dead of past and future shall rise anew. Witch Haida, a witch who allied with the sanctuary to ambush the Death Knight. As a demon lord and an old acquaintance of the Death Knight, she seeks to stall for time within the demon fortress until the Omega Egg hatches for some unknown purpose. Will they go straight to story? There it is. Now that's a stopping point. Now let's switch over to Lilith. First... rewards. All those coins. Almost collected everything. I really like this game mode. It's just nice and chill. Gameplay is just, it's an auto battler. But what's got me hooked is the story is just intriguing. It's just fascinating. Heaven versus hell. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. 4. I like it. It's creative. Alright. Clue collection. 5 clues. Rain of gold coins. Plundered town. I forgot what she can do. Forgot what she's all about. What can she do? Forgot her, like, sort of... Because Vera can do, like, damage over time stuff. Wansho can deal additional, like, hits of damage because of his drone. Watanabe has the blood rain stuff. How what Lilith can... I'll pick the blood damage one. Well, that was a mistake. Spirit Field. I've not done this one. Holy damage. We can go with that. Do holy damage. I'll purchase that. I'll spend a luck coin. Oh, there's the card. It just deals damage from time to time. That's cool. Angel harassment. Intermittent ambush. Alright, that's 2 clues. Does she have a skill that deals blood, I wonder? Well, I'm doing holy, so it doesn't really matter now. Let's do one more refresh. Here we go. Cool. Mammon's throne vacant. This is definitely another clue. 2 more. I know she has a shield thing. Let's pick up the shield. Yeah, here's the shield. And counterattack. That's nice. I'll take that. I need more coin. A meal? Endure. Okay. Nothing good. I mean, that's good. I need more holy damage stuff. My rune setup kind of just depends on what the next skill is going to be. If it's holy damage, then I'll get more shield related runes. But if it's going to be a shield skill, then I'll get more holy damage related runes. Yeah, that's a problem. Ooh. Nice. Fieldside Watcher. Resident Militia. I just need one more clue now. Okay. Dang, what do I want to do? More shield for protection or more damage? I kind of want to see more of this, so I'm gonna get more shield related stuff then. How many life risking? I got none. Okay. Yeah, these aren't great. I think the next two runes should be holy. I think having too much of the shield stuff isn't going to help me. Sanctuary Bard. Take the rune. Obliterate. Exodia. Think. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I don't need that. I don't need that. This is good. I'll pick that up too. That's good. These two are good. I think like 3 shield runes is okay. That's where the damage is starting to kick in now. I might have to switch the shield skill. Desperate gamble. I give them the coins. Other teleports. We can scrap this one. We can equip this one because I like the teleport. And this. Get rid of that. Put that. Rune slot. Grab that. Can't buy anything else. How much is this? 3. Well, I just need to win this fight here. Alright, I'll play for another half hour. Damage is decent. But not enough. It needs to be more to a point where I have to beat it before death speed. Doesn't matter though. 4 clues. Alright. Run it back. Hers is holy and spirit damage. Oh, it was this. Okay. Got spirit damage here. Alright, we'll run with spirit damage. When not attacked? I mean, we're gonna be attacked. That's a spirit field. Cataclysm investigation. Capture it alive. Study. Do spirit and recovery. I mean, there's no reason to equip the recovery one right now. Recovery. I think this one's good because of the spirit field. They could just stay inside it while we're healing. Yeah, we're good. I don't want to spend too much of the coin. Not bad. Alchemy puppets. Let's search the mansion. And more coins. Okay, the last day. Yep, the patch is tomorrow. So get whatever needs to be, whatever you want needs to be done. Done. Get whatever you need to get done. Chop, chop. Yeah, I think I'll get rid of them. Swap that in. Got her skin. Who? Who is the her? Who is this her you speak of? Because there are many hers in this game. Damn. Need better runes. Lilith? This skin isn't even out yet, if you're talking about this. How many of that do I have? That's good. I need better spirit runes. Sell that. That. That's really good, but I don't have enough for that though. Oh, this Angel Pilgrim deals so much damage. Ooh. Two more battles to win. Man, none of these are good. Where's my spirit damage stuff? Getting anything good at all. Ah. That's really all, huh? Well, I just gotta win one more fight. These selections are just not good. Not enough heals, but Who's collected? What has Madame Raphael been up to recently? She... plundering. What's her next target? The vault. Why does she still need to arrange for her subordinates to attack? This one? No. Intermittent? Yeah, okay. Madame Raphael, one of the four archangels, commanded by the supreme heaven to hunt for clues to Mammon's treasure, city of no return. After becoming enemies with Lilith, she turned her fury on us in a string of assaults, driven by some goal she has yet to reveal. Doesn't jump straight. In years, Whitehorse has changed a lot. You think I would get sentimental coming back here? Don't worry, my memories of this place are far from fond. Dorbado. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. So now all four of them have this message. Okay. So that means next time I play this, it might just have to be only one of them I go through. Okay. If that's the case, then I don't want to continue for tonight. Otherwise, it might just take another, 2 hours just to get through their story. Alrighty. Even the shop is all sold out, too. Nice. I'm sure they'll definitely, expand more on it. Alright, daily reset happened. So I should probably actually do a daily stuff here real quick. Because the patch maintenance might happen and I'll forget to log in and do this shit. Might as well do it now. I'm gonna have to use these up now. This. Auto clear. All right, Oracle. Grab those. That should be it then for tonight. I don't know when the next time I'll continue Godfall Revelation. Probably sometime next weekend. Not this weekend, next weekend, but maybe. But we'll see, because there's a lot of other shit to do for this week. That's why I mentioned it earlier in my stream, but normally I stream tomorrow, but because maintenance for this game is happening tomorrow, I'll just take a break for tomorrow. But I'll stream on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. All 3 of those days, we're gonna have PGR. So Thursday and Friday, I'm gonna go through the new story patch for PGR. And then Saturday is gonna be back to my usual Kuro Saturday. So it's gonna be Wuwa for the first half, and then PGR for the second half on Saturday. But yeah, I'm excited for this next patch. And again, I'm just gonna go. I'm more story focused for this game, so I'm not gonna pull for live or do anything else before doing the story. Well, aside from like my dailies and shit. But yeah, I'm excited. So, that being said, that will be it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night. Wherever you are in the world, take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Today, we got Echo and Solitude done, Veronica's affection story, which was quite nice. I liked it quite a bit. I already gave my thoughts on it earlier, so I don't want to repeat myself again. And then, of course, Godfall Revelation. Fun stuff. Good stuff. And I will see you on Thursday, and hopefully tomorrow, even though I'm not streaming, I'll get the Eternal Engine story reading finished and uploaded by tomorrow, or for tomorrow. So again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoy the stream. See you later for the new patch, for the Where Nightmares Dwell patch this Thursday. Alright, thank you. Bye-bye.